Well, new revelations out of Jeffrey Epstein's apparently not so little black book. New names appearing, names that we maybe knew about but didn't know the details of, billionaires in that little black book. In addition to which, we've got new revelations from the Associated Press, which are doubling down that want you to believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. New revelations from the Associated Press, which we will get to that and so much more. And our guest today is Whitney Webb, investigative journalist, whom I trust no one better to dive into these details. Whitney, great to see you today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be here. Thanks.
So let's, I guess, I want to start with the Associated Press piece that came out and kind of go through these documents. And they start off, the very first sentence in the Associated Press piece says, Jeffrey Epstein took his own life. I mean, right at the start, they're setting the tone for how this piece is going to unfold. So what do we learn from the Associated Press about the mysterious circumstances of Epstein's death?
Right. So it seems to me that, despite the fact that you have people, very mainstream, Alan Dershowitz, Julie Brown, for example, even refusing to embrace the official narrative of Epstein's death, that he committed suicide without help. For example, those people maintain that he had some sort of assistance in killing himself. It's hard to take that seriously. And I say that also because if you remember back, there were a lot of things that happened at the prison the day he died. So, for example, cameras weren't working, specifically the camera pointing at his cell. You had claims and also a lawsuit, I believe, brought against the prison guards for forging records and negligence. And within these documents are those records that were these guards were charged, over allegedly forging. And then those charges were quietly dropped several months later, and now the AP is sort of releasing those and I guess other documents that are trying to paint this picture that there's no conspiracy when it comes to the death of Jeffrey Epstein. And I'm a little bit skeptical, obviously, because of what I just mentioned, specifically the Bureau of Prison situation, how the prison guards were targeted and then suspiciously not targeted, and also allegations that not long before Epstein died, William Barr himself visited that prison, which was reported, I believe, in the New York Post. All of this is sort of left out of the Associated Press's narrative. Now, it's a lot of documents. I haven't had a chance to go through them all, but again, what I sort of see here is basically the Associated Press's attempt to approach Epstein's death, not unlike the Warren Commission attempted to approach the JFK assassination, sort of provide a narrative, provide some sort of documentation, but omitting, major points that would call that evidence into question, like the fact that some of these records were allegedly forged, for example. Providing us with forged documents, how does that help?
Do they even make mention? I didn't see it on, like the camera footage, that the cameras were turned off. It seems like very clear omissions from their report.
Well, this is why I say that it seems some sort of effort, I guess, from the powers that be to try and restore trust in the justice system, when really it's at an all-time low, not just because of the Epstein scandal, but because of all the other things that the FBI has been involved in recently, from refusing to release this document from the whistleblower about Biden engaging in pay-to-play politics and all other sorts of things going on there. So, how did they guess they're trying to tackle the Epstein thing and be like, well, actually, this is what happened, and Epstein is responsible for his own death, and there was no funny business on our part or on the part of the Bureau of Prisons, and essentially trying to quell what they see as a very viral and very widely embraced conspiracy theory that someone like Epstein, who had, by his own admission, lots of dirt on powerful people, would have just taken his own life as he was, allegedly agreeing to cooperate with investigators while he was facing a significant prison sentence. So,
yeah. And some of these,
again, I'm skeptical.
Yeah, I think, as am I. And in these Associated Press piece, they really try to paint him as having sort of a mental breakdown. But then they kind of bounce back and say that he had a great life, and that he has no reason to want to be depressed. So they do point out, and they try to talk about how he had his head in his hands over the weeks ahead of time, that he was upset. He was trying to drown out the sounds of a nonstop running toilet in a room. It seems like there was a lot of psychological attention on his mental fitness.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way, but again, I feel like, I'm sure he was probably under duress in prison because, of course, when he was in prison the first time, it was a very different situation for him because he was allowed to leave, for example, to go work and things like that, and definitely was not in the type of prison situation he was in the second time. But again, there's widespread skepticism, and I think this is, even before the AP stuff, and this is an attempt to quell that and potentially redirect that, because I think we're having sort of an unprecedented attempt to misdirect when it comes to the narrative about who Epstein was and what happened in relation to the scandal, because, as I've noted in my work and other people as well, the more you pull on the thread of Epstein, the more corruption you inevitably expose. And so mainstream media has really made a consistent effort to try and limit the permissible narratives when it comes to Epstein, and what crimes of his are okay to talk about, which ones are not, and what is okay to talk about in relation to his death and what is not. So, again, I treat a lot of this with skepticism. I think they spent a lot of time trying to craft a particular narrative they thought would be convincing, again, because so many people don't really believe the official narrative. And again, there's a lot of other things, including logistical stuff about Epstein being taken on and off suicide watch and why those decisions were made, and some of the questions about the logistical ability for the official story of Epstein's death to be true, among other things. And, for example, his cellmate had a smuggled in cell phone at one point. I mean, there was a lot of weird things going on around this period of time. And also we have to keep in mind that at the time he died, there was unprecedented media attention on his case from the public. So he was arrested in July and then, died in August. And so that's like over a month of where he's the biggest story really in the English-speaking world, and possibly beyond. And obviously a lot of the powerful people to which he was connected probably did not want that to continue. And I think we've seen consistently that there's been hope that with Epstein being dead, a lot of the interest in the story would also die. I think that's why you see people like Bill Gates, when they're continually pressured about their ties with Jeffrey Epstein, when confronted, they say things like, well, he's dead. That was right. Bill Gates' response not so long ago. And so I think the hope is if we can sort of take any of the conspiracy tinge off of that death and, hopefully wrap up the story and memory hole it, I think that's sort of, the goal here, and to try and sort of mute public interest and be like, well, there may be a more reasonable explanation for this stuff that looks really suspicious. But again, if you're having mainstream media journalists on this case, like Julie Brown, consistently not believe it, well, she believes he committed suicide, but with help, right? And so, that doesn't really fit with the official narrative either. So it's important to keep in mind that there's sort of this spectrum outside of the official narrative, which is he committed suicide without help in the prison because he was afraid of facing justice in a lengthy prison sentence, and didn't kill himself for any other sort of reason. Again, at the same time, I also think this is an effort to focus so much on Epstein's death specifically, at the expense of focusing on his connections, the network he participated in, what he accomplished for that network that goes beyond a lot of the activities that are normally talked about, and how a lot of people in that same network continue to be active. Right.
Well, that's what I want to talk about now, which is, these other names that he's had contact with, the revelations. Daily Mail has obtained a trove of Jeffrey Epstein's private calendars, the same, I think, that we saw from the Wall Street Journal.
The same as the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, the emails, etc., that shows that Epstein had connections, obviously, with presidents and prime ministers. But among the names that I wanted to focus on, billionaire Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel's name showing up there, multiple meetings planned with Jeffrey Epstein on those calendars. What do you make of the Peter Thiel connection? It seems like there's a lot here that we haven't talked about.
There is a lot there, and again, I was disappointed in the Daily Mail for leaving a lot out, of course. So Peter Thiel was meeting with Epstein per these documents at a time when he was had a major leadership role both at Palantir and was on the board of Facebook, which is essentially a company he helped put on the map, being one of the earliest investors in Facebook. And he was connected to Facebook, as I can go back to and circle back in a second, by a guy that was recruited by the CIA when he was a teenager. Sean Parker is the person that brought Peter Thiel on to Facebook. But Peter Thiel was also part of Founders Fund at the time, or was more active, I guess, then than he was now. And one thing that was left out, for example, of the Daily Mail report is that Founders Fund, along with Epstein, Ehud Barak, and Leslie Wexner, poured a significant amount of money into this intelligence-linked startup called Carbine 911 that even still today has essentially become the provider of emergency services, meaning like 911 call centers throughout the United States, and has a very disturbing pre-crime element and a way of basically mass mining data off of your phone without your consent if you ever call 911 in an area where the center is managed by this particular company, which was founded by Israeli intelligence veterans, formerly chaired by Ehud Barak, who we've talked about before, was very close with Epstein, and not just a former prime minister of Israel, but a former defense minister and a former head of military intelligence of Israel at the time that military intelligence of Israel was working very closely with Robert Maxwell and allegedly recruited Epstein into the fold. Ehud Barak potentially having had a very personal role there. So to circle back why this is relevant as it relates to Peter Thiel and sort of paint the bigger picture here, Peter Thiel created a company called Palantir. It's pretty much a provable CIA front company. If the first 3 years of its existence as a company, it only worked for the CIA. Its programmers went to Langley every 2 weeks to have them guide the development of the code and all of that. And one of the top guys that Palantir worked with at the CIA was a man named Alan Wade, who at one point was the CIA's chief information officer. And prior to that, Alan Wade co-founded a company called Gilead with Christine Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's sister. And Christine Maxwell, was involved with Israeli espionage efforts related to the Promise software scandal with her father in the 1980s that specifically involved selling bug software to U.S. nuclear laboratories in the United States. The front company was called Information on Demand and was actually the subject of a major FBI counterintelligence investigation that was shut down from the higher-ups at the very top of the FBI at some point. So you have Alan Wade helping to guide Palantir, and actually Gilead and Palantir do very similar things in terms of turning troves and troves of data into actionable intelligence. So that's an odd connection. And then the other thing too is that essentially what happened with the creation of Palantir was a deliberate effort by Peter Thiel and Alex Karp to recreate a very controversial surveillance program that was pitched after 9/11 called Total Information Awareness, that was going to be run out of this DARPA office by a former Iran-Contra conspirator, John Poindexter, considered to be the godfather of modern surveillance. And Thiel and Karp approached Poindexter with the help of Richard Pearl, one of the architects of the Iraq War and a prominent neocon in the Bush administration, basically asking Poindexter how they could recreate TIA, the Total Information Awareness Program, which was, as it sounds, a warrantless mass surveillance program. But it wasn't just aimed at analyzing what people are doing in real time. It also was focused on essentially pre-crime. And Palantir, after its involvement with the CIA and people like Alan Wade, has since then been very involved in predictive policing, as they call it, piloting that, I believe, as early as 2015, 2014 in different localities in the United States. And Palantir is also today a contractor to, I think, all 18 U.S. intelligence agencies. And one of the labels they can apply to people, including domestically, is subversive. And there's a lot of stuff going back to what I mentioned earlier with the PROMIS software over an effort to maintain a list of domestic dissidents in the United States. Palantir, because of the continuity with PROMIS, Gilead, and of course TIA and some of these other programs, there's cause for concern there. So Peter Thiel is meeting with Epstein while he's involved with these different programs, and his venture capital fund puts money in this Ehud Barak driven, intelligence company that's marketing its services to, American emergency services nationally. And that particular program has a component that they call C Records, where they keep a record of every 911 call, an emergency, an event ever, and they use that to predictively analyze where crime will happen before it strikes, essentially. Wow. So it's another part of this pre-crime puzzle. And I really would wish that more people would pay attention to that, because as we see this effort to ramp up this war on domestic terrorism, I think a lot more people should be paying attention to these types of connections, for sure.
What kind of fruit does it then bear? Meaning they do this pre-crime analysis. Does it mean that there's more police popping up in a particular area, more surveillance? What does this then turn into when they have this pre-crime information, the Thiel network of American surveillance?
So it depends. So for example, what I mentioned earlier, at TIA and sort of its predecessor and Iran-Contra, there was this database called MainCore that still exists today of domestic dissidents. And MainCore was created during Iran-Contra because the goal was to round up Americans that could potentially be deemed national security threats in the event of a vaguely defined national emergency. And per this group, a national emergency could be something like mass nonviolent protest to U.S. military intervention abroad. Things of
like
that nature.
An anti-war protest.
Yes, massive anti-war protest. And this was filed under what they called the Continuity of Government Protocol. But I think for our purposes, we can essentially call Continuity of the Deep State Protocol. Any sort of major challenge to that particular entity's power, this could be activated ostensibly. And the last person to report on it, I think in mainstream media, was Chris Ketchum and Tim Shorrock in 2008. And at that point of time, it had 6 million Americans on it. It was seen being actively used in the White House after 9/11 by the Bush administration, I think specifically in Dick Cheney's office. So this is a database that's still around today, and Palantir is essential to running it, basically. And what it has today is all of the NSA, everything the NSA and affiliated agencies have sucked up on people through their surveillance warrantless surveillance programs, including your financial records and your text messages and your posts on social media, is all in this main core database. But in order to analyze that and decide who might be a problem, that's what Palantir essentially does for the national security state. So someone being affiliated, with Epstein there is very disturbing. And then the other side of this is Facebook. So as I mentioned earlier, Peter Thiel was one of the early Facebook investors, having been connected to Facebook by Sean Parker, who's tied up with the CIA. And the same day Facebook launched is the same day that a DARPA program that was also sort of involved with this surveillance program I mentioned, Total Information Awareness, was shut down. That was called LifeLog, and essentially LifeLog is analogous to what Facebook has become, which is interesting in and of itself. But of course, you have at the same time that Thiel is meeting, roughly around the same time that Thiel is meeting per these documents with Epstein. He's also going to events where Peter Thiel is present with Mark Zuckerberg, for example. So Zuckerberg's also meeting with Epstein. And it may be unconnected, but I'm sure you're aware that the Wall Street Journal just recently reported that the Facebook-owned Instagram was providing this vast network of pedophiles' ability to operate with apparent impunity. So I don't really know what to make of that, but it's certainly disturbing, to say the least.
Yeah, we covered it last night on the show, and I couldn't help but thinking about this Epstein connection and the fact that Zuckerberg and all of this is tied together with these billionaire elite class, and what this means for sex trafficking revelations. I don't know, we can pull all of this together. I'd like to figure out, and Mel Gibson is releasing this 4-part documentary on sex trafficking around the world, what this means for these networks and maybe exposing some of these these elite networks. I hope, one can only hope, that we might see some revelations in that. What do you think?
Yeah. But, well, essentially in the context of what we've talked about today, I think a way to make it easier for people to understand in the context of the Epstein scandal is that in the age of warrantless mass surveillance, the type of sex blackmail in which Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell engaged for many years is now irrelevant, because they can just harvest all of that from your devices, or even if you don't engage in that activity, they can plant it on your devices and frame you, right? So there's plenty of ways to get people to be compliant to the powers that be, the deep state, without having any sort of in-person sexual blackmail activity take place. And I think ultimately that's why someone like Epstein became expendable by the time it rolled around to 2019, because such technology has become ubiquitous and people's entire lives are digital, and you have these companies like Palantir sucking all of that data up and using it to analyze people. MainCore, actually, according to people that had intimate knowledge of it, was used to blackmail politicians, for example. So it's very possible that some of this NSA warrantless surveillance has served a similar purpose, and I think we would be naive to think that people in Congress today haven't been blackmailed by other means than Epstein per se. So essentially the nature of blackmail, as the intelligence agencies have used it historically, has undergone a massive change with the advent of technology, and I think that's why you see people like Epstein and Maxwell pivoting so intensely towards Silicon Valley, specifically after Epstein's first arrest, and getting involved with these companies that have mass access and mass control over people's data, because you can blackmail people with their data now.
Right, instead of luring them to your island where there just happen to be underage girls. Yeah, it's much easier to just plant the stuff on someone's device. And
cheaper.
Right. Wow. Yep. Unbelievable. I hadn't thought of that part of it, but you're absolutely right. Whitney Webb, thank you so much, as always, for this. We'll continue to watch this. I'd love to have you back on as we get more details about, I would really love to figure out what's going to be unfolding in these Mel Gibson documentaries and how this is connected to this broader elite sex trafficking ring as well, and what sort of connections that has. I know that's something you've been passionate in covering as well. So thank you so much for joining us today for this piece of the story, and we'll have you back real soon. As always, great to see you.
Thanks, likewise. Take care.
Thank you so much for watching this segment here at Redacted. We are live every day at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, trying to share the stories that the mainstream media will not cover. You should also come over and join our community of Redacted Rebels over at redacted.inc. That's our private locals community where we can share exclusive content that we simply cannot share here on YouTube. Come over and join the rebellion together right now by going to redacted.inc. We'll see you next time.
I think the list of commandments was deliberately and artificially inflated to get it up to 10. It's a padded list. Here's what they did. About 5,000 years ago, a bunch of religious and political hustlers got together to try to figure out how to control people, how to keep them in line. They knew people were basically stupid and would believe anything they were told, so they announced that God had given them some commandments. Up on a mountain, when no one was around, God had given them the 10 commandments. But let me ask you this. When they were sitting around making this shit up, why did they pick 10? Why 10? Why not 9 or 11? I'll tell you why. Because 10 sounds official. 10 sounds important. They knew if it was 11, people wouldn't take it seriously. So what, are you kidding me? The 11 commandments? Get the fuck out of here. But 10 sounds important. 10 is the basis for the decimal system. It's a decade. It's a psychologically satisfying number. The top 10, the 10 most wanted, the 10 best dressed. So having 10 commandments was really a marketing decision. And To me, it's clearly a bullshit list. It's a political document artificially inflated to sell better. I'm going to show you how you could reduce the number of commandments and come up with a list that's a little more workable and logical. We're going to start with the first three, and I'll use the Roman Catholic version because those are the ones I was taught as a little boy. I am the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not have strange gods before me. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Thou shalt keep holy the Sabbath. Right off the bat, the first three, pure bullshit. Sabbath day, Lord's name, strange gods, spooky language. Spooky language designed to scare and control primitive people. In no way does superstitious nonsense like this apply to the lives of intelligent, civilized humans in the 21st century. You throw out the first three commandments, you're down to 7. Next, honor thy father and mother. Obedience, respect for authority. Just another name for controlling people. The truth is, obedience and respect should not be automatic. They should be earned. They should be based on the parent's performance. Parent's performance. All right? Some parents deserve respect. Most of them don't. Period. You're down to 6. Now, in the interest of logic, something religion is very uncomfortable with, we're going to jump around the list a little bit. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness. Stealing and lying. Well, actually, these two both prohibit the same kind of behavior. Dishonesty, stealing, and lying. So you don't need 2 of them. Instead, you combine them and you call it thou shalt not be dishonest. And suddenly, you're down to 5. And as long as we're combining, I have 2 others that belong together. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Once again, these 2 prohibit the same kind of behavior. In this case, marital infidelity. The difference is coveting takes place in the mind, and I don't think you should outlaw fantasizing about someone else's wife. Otherwise, what's a guy going to think about when he's waxing his carrot? But marital fidelity is a good idea, so we're going to keep the idea and call this one, thou shalt not be unfaithful. And suddenly, we're down to 4. But when you think about it, honesty and fidelity are really part of the same overall value. So in truth, you could combine the 2 honesty commandments with the 2 fidelity commandments and give them simpler language, positive language instead of negative, and call the whole thing, thou shalt always be honest and faithful. And we're down to 3. Thou shalt, they're going away fast. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods. This one is just plain fucking stupid. Coveting your neighbor's goods is what keeps the economy going. Am I right? Your neighbor gets a vibrator that plays "O Come All Ye Faithful." You want to get one too. Coveting creates jobs. Leave it alone. You throw out coveting, you're down to 2 now. The big honesty and fidelity commandment, and the one we haven't talked about yet, thou shalt not kill. Murder. The 5th commandment. But when you think about it, religion has never really had a big problem with murder. Not really. More people have been killed in the name of God than for any other reason. All you have to do... All you have to do is look at Northern Ireland, the Middle East, Kashmir, the Inquisition, the Crusades, and the World Trade Center to see how seriously the religious folks take thou shalt not kill. The more devout they are, the more they see murder as being negotiable. It's negotiable. You know? It depends. It depends on who's doing the killing and who's getting killed. So, with all of this in mind, I leave you with my revised list of the 2 commandments. Thou shalt always be honest and faithful to the provider of thy nookie. And thou shalt try real hard not to kill anyone, unless, of course, they pray to a different invisible man from the one you pray to. 2 is all you need. Moses could have carried him down the hill in his fucking pocket. And if they had a list like that, I wouldn't mind those folks in Alabama putting it up on the courthouse wall. As long as they included one additional commandment, thou shalt keep thy religion to thyself. department, in the bullshit department, a businessman can't hold a candle to a clergyman. Because I gotta tell you the truth, folks. I gotta tell you the truth. When it comes to bullshit, big time, major league bullshit, you have to stand in awe of the all-time champion of false promises and exaggerated claims, religion. No contest. No contest. Religion easily has the greatest bullshit story ever told. Think about it. Religion has actually convinced people that there's an invisible man living in the sky who watches everything you do every minute of every day. And the invisible man has a special list of 10 things he does not want you to do. And if you do any of these 10 things, he has a special place full of fire and smoke and burning and torture and anguish where he will send you to live and suffer and burn and choke and scream and cry forever and ever till the end of time. But he loves you. He loves you and he needs money. He always needs money. He's all powerful, all perfect, all knowing, and all wise. Somehow just can't handle money. Religion takes in billions of dollars. They pay no taxes, and they always need a little more. Now, you talk about a good bullshit story. Holy shit. But I want you to know something. This is sincere. I want you to know, when it comes to believing in God, I really tried. I really tried. I tried to believe that there is a God who created each of us in his own image and likeness, loves us very much, and keeps a close eye on things. I really tried to believe that, but I gotta tell you, the longer you live, the more you look around, the more you realize something is fucked up. Something is wrong here. War, disease, death, destruction, hunger, filth, poverty, torture, crime, corruption, and the ice capades. Something is definitely wrong. This is not good work. If this is the best God can do, I am not impressed. Results like these do not belong on the resume of a supreme being. This is the kind of shit you'd expect from an office temp with a bad attitude. And just between you and me, in any decently run universe, this guy would have been out on his all-powerful ass a long time ago. And by the way, I say this guy because I firmly believe, looking at these results, that if there is a God, it has to be a man. No woman could or would ever fuck things up like this. If there is a God, if there is, I think most reasonable people might agree that he's at least incompetent and maybe, just maybe, doesn't give a shit. Doesn't give a shit, which I admire in a person and which would explain a lot of these bad results. So rather than be just another mindless religious robot, mindlessly and aimlessly and blindly believing that all of this is in the hands of some spooky, incompetent father figure who doesn't give a shit, I decided to look around for something else to worship, something I could really count on. And immediately, I thought of the sun. Happened like that. Overnight, I became a sun worshiper. Well, not overnight. You can't see the sun at night. But first thing the next morning, I became a sun worshiper. Several reasons. First of all, I can see the sun, okay? Unlike some other gods I could mention, I can actually see the sun. I'm big on that. If I can see something, I don't know, kind of helps the credibility along, you know? So every day I can see the sun as it gives me everything I need. Heat, light, food, flowers in the park, reflections on the lake, an occasional skin cancer, but hey, at least there are no crucifixions and we're not setting people on fire simply because they don't agree with us. Sun worship is fairly simple. There's no mystery, no miracles, no pageantry. No one asks for money. There are no songs to learn. And we don't have a special building where we all gather once a week to compare clothing. And the best thing about the sun, it never tells me I'm unworthy. Doesn't tell me I'm a bad person who needs to be saved. Hadn't said an unkind word. Treats me fine. So I worship the sun. But I don't pray to the sun. Know why? I wouldn't presume on our friendship. It's not polite. I've often thought people treat God rather rudely, don't you? Asking trillions and trillions of prayers every day, asking and pleading and begging for favors. Do this, give me that, I need a new car, I want a better job. And most of this praying takes place on Sunday, his day off. It's not nice, and it's no way to treat a friend. But people do pray, and they pray for a lot of different things. You know, your sister needs an operation on her crotch. Your brother was arrested for defecating in a mall. But most of all, you'd really like to fuck that hot little redhead down at the convenience store. You know, the one with the eye patch and the club foot, huh? Can you pray for that? I think you'd have to. And I say, fine, pray for anything you want. Pray for anything. But what about the divine plan? Remember that? The divine plan. Long time ago, God made a divine plan. Gave it a lot of thought, decided it was a good plan, put it into practice. And for billions and billions of years, the divine plan has been doing just fine. Now you come along and pray for something. Well, suppose the thing you want isn't in God's divine plan. What do you want him to do? Change his plan? Just for you? Doesn't it seem a little arrogant? It's a divine plan. What's the use of being God if every rundown schmuck with a $2 prayer book can come along and fuck up your plan? And here's something else, another problem you might have. Suppose your prayers aren't answered. What do you say? Well, it's God's will. Thy will be done. Fine, but if it's God's will and he's going to do what he wants to anyway, why the fuck bother praying in the first place? Seems like a big waste of time to me. Couldn't you just skip the praying part and go right to his will? It's all very confusing. So to get around a lot of this, I decided to worship the sun. But, as I said, I don't pray to the sun. You know who I pray to? Joe Pesci. Joe Pesci. Joe Pesci. 2 reasons. First of all, I think he's a good actor, okay? To me, that counts. Second, he looks like a guy who can get things done. Joe Pesci doesn't fuck around. Doesn't fuck around. In fact, Joe Pesci came through on a couple of things that God was having trouble with. For years, I asked God to do something about my noisy neighbor with the barking dog. Joe Pesci straightened that cocksucker out with one visit. It's amazing what you can accomplish with a simple baseball bat. So I've been praying to Joe for about a year now. And I noticed something. I noticed that all the prayers I used to offer to God and all the prayers I now offer to Joe Pesci are being answered at about the same 50% rate. Half the time I get what I want, half the time I don't. Same as God, 50-50. Same as the 4-leaf clover and the horseshoe, the wishing well and the rabbit's foot. Same as the mojo man. Same as the voodoo lady who tells you your fortune by squeezing the goat's testicles. It's all the same, 50-50. So just pick your superstition, sit back, make a wish, and enjoy yourself. And for those of you who look to the Bible for moral lessons and literary qualities, I might suggest a couple of other stories for you. You might want to look at The 3 Little Pigs. That's a good one. Has a nice, happy ending. I'm sure you'll like that. Then there's Little Red Riding Hood, although it does have that X-rated part where the big bad wolf actually eats the grandmother, which I didn't care for, by the way. And finally, I've often always drawn a great deal of moral comfort from Humpty Dumpty. The part I like the best, all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. That's because there is no Humpty Dumpty and there is no God. None, not one, no God, never was. In fact, I'm gonna put it this way. If there is a God, may he strike this audience dead. See, nothing happened. Nothing happened. Everybody's okay. All right? Tell you what. I'll raise the stakes a little bit. If there is a God, may he strike me dead. See, nothing happened. Oh, wait, got a little cramp in my leg. And my balls hurt. Plus, I'm blind. I'm blind. Oh, now I'm okay again. Must have been Joe Pesci, huh? God bless Joe Pesci. Thank you all very much. Joe bless you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, got him.
Look at this.
It used to be that when someone made a statement and then made another statement that implied something completely different, we had a name for that. We called it a contradiction, and it wasn't considered a good thing. Not too long ago, contradictions could end political careers in this country. When Tim Murphy said publicly that he was pro-life, but then privately told a woman to kill her baby, he had to resign from Congress. Al Franken met the same fate after he bought into the Me Too hysteria and then fell into its crosshairs himself. But a lot has changed in the few years since Tim Murphy and Al Franken were forced out of Congress. All of a sudden, contradictions are everywhere, particularly in the political world. The only way to ensure world peace is to fund a war, foreign policy experts tell us. We are a sanctuary state, but we don't want any more illegal immigrants, say Gavin Newsom and Eric Adams. Men can turn into women, gender studies professors shriek. Euthanasia is healthcare, the Canadian government insists. All of these statements are contradictions, but you're hearing them all the time now. In revolutionary periods, this is nothing new. Mao even wrote an essay entitled On Contradiction a century ago. Mao understood well that contradiction drives social change. Maybe the most important contradiction that revolutionaries must embrace, Mao argued, is the relationship between construction and destruction. On their face, these two concepts are polar opposites. Tearing something down means ruining it. Building something means creating it. If you want to build something new, you lay a foundation, you get to work. You don't wreck what you have. That's how the bourgeoisie saw it anyway. But Mao didn't see it that way. A half century ago, Mao famously explained, quote, "There is no construction without destruction." In other words, there's a logical relationship between the two concepts. Creating a new society, one totally unlike whatever came before, requires wrecking the old society. Creating new symbols requires wrecking the old symbols. Mao's teachings led to, of course, tens of millions of deaths, the destruction of historic artifacts, mass starvation. The last thing you'd ever want to do or last thing you'd want our political leaders in this country to do is follow his ideology and try to emulate it, but that's exactly what's happening. So this weekend in Albany, the capital of New York, we saw maybe the clearest example in recent history of both construction and destruction happening simultaneously. Under the cover of darkness at 5:30 in the morning, the city removed a statue of Revolutionary War hero and U.S. Senator Philip Schuyler. At the very moment that workers took Schuyler's statue away, the so-called Progress Pride flag was waving in the background. For the first time in the city's history, by the way. So here's what that looked like. You can see it there. Taking the statue away, and then we've got the multiple pride flags flying proudly as the statue is hoisted away, including the brand new non-binary, BIPOC, trans, whatever flag. They got all the flags there. Now, if that seems like a carefully engineered juxtaposition, it is. It's choreographed to deliver a very clear message. Mao's disciples in the New York State government know that if they want their new flag to have any kind of legitimacy, then Philip Schuyler's statue can't remain. You can't have construction without destruction. If you want revolution, you can't introduce a new idol without erasing the one that came before. So that's exactly what the local government did, as explicitly as they possibly could have done it. If you're not trying to engineer a revolution, if you're just an average person living in New York with reasonable political views, what few of those may remain, then none of this really makes any sense. What was wrong with that statue exactly? As far as can be told here, no one ever bothered to ask a significant number of New Yorkers that question. No one ever ran a poll on this, at least not one that we could find. There was certainly no statewide referendum on whether people actually wanted Philip Schuyler's statue to be removed. A few bureaucrats in New York just decided to do it a few years ago, and this weekend they cut through the red tape and they did it. A local news station did conduct a man-on-the-street style interview with a couple of residents, in the city to get their perspective, but none of them could explain why the statue is being removed. Even the people who supported removing it couldn't really explain why they supported it. No big surprise there, but let's watch.
It feels good. The people have been listened to, and it feels good.
I'm just happy that taken down if the history behind it is not something that should be, celebrated.
Mary Liz Stewart is the executive director and co-founder of the Education Center.
I think it's time. I was glad to see some action finally taken on an issue that actually percolated, about 4 years ago, I think.
She says the group of teenagers spent a whole school year investigating a whole variety of aspects that related to the statue. Not only the history of it, but why was it made, what the cost was to make it, and what other communities were doing with controversial statues that related to enslavement. Stewart says the students wrote to Mayor Sheehan recommending it be removed but not destroyed, rather to preserve it and use it for educational purposes.
One of the things that was very important for the teens about moving the Schuyler statue was the fact that, from their perspective, City Hall should be a place that's welcoming to everybody in the community, and it was hard to say that was the case with Phil, standing there.
Yes, a century-old historic artifact memorializing a Revolutionary War hero was not only taken down, it was taken down at the behest of a group of teenagers. And the primary reason, as we heard in the clip, is that the absence of the statue will make City Hall more, quote-unquote, welcoming. But welcoming for who? If the standard is that any unwelcoming statue needs to go, then why exactly can't we destroy the monument of George Floyd that sits, for example, outside City Hall in Newark? But George Floyd didn't own slaves, you might say. Well, that's true.
Why do we have Mount Rushmore mounting the four faces? I can play that game too.
All George Floyd ever did was break into a woman's home with 5 other people, hold a gun to her chest, rob her in front of her kid. And then after getting out of prison, all George Floyd did was take enough opioids and meth to kill a horse before trying to rob the store and fighting with several police officers. Despite all that, you're not allowed to even criticize the George Floyd statue. You'll lose your job if you do. Under the new rules, George Floyd's statue is welcoming. The Revolutionary War general is unwelcoming. You understand that? Well, probably you don't understand it, but then you aren't supposed to understand. Because part of the point behind these arbitrary decisions is that they make no logical or moral sense. You're meant to go along with it whether you understand or not. We might ask why, but the powers that be will treat us like we're children. And there are impatient parents. Because I said so, they respond. Congress once again allowed itself to be pushed into appeasing the administration, raising the debt ceiling for the 79th time, paving the way for continued reckless spending and further devaluation of the dollar. As our national debt continues to skyrocket, how are you protecting your savings? Times like these are a great reminder to diversify a portion of your savings into gold. And you can do that with the help of Birch Gold. They're who I buy my gold from. So do thousands of other concerned savers. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. You don't pay a penny out of pocket. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more time does the dollar have left? Think about that. Well, you can protect your savings with gold. Birch Gold has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Thousands of happy customers, and you can find out why if you text Walsh to 989898 and get your free info kit on gold. Again, text Walsh to 989898. It's also contrived. Philip Schuyler is an iconic figure of the Revolutionary War era. He's one of the reasons this country exists today. Multiple towns and forts are named after him in New York. And curiously, no one had a problem with him until very recently. 10 years ago, in an article, the Albany Times-Union described Schuyler this way, quote, Philip Schuyler was a leading American statesman and a key general in the American Revolution who served at the pivotal Battle of Saratoga. He was named a representative to the First Continental Congress of Philadelphia and an advisor to General George Washington, who stayed at Schuyler's mansion in Albany. The Times-Union went on to describe Schuyler as, quote, instrumental in the victory of the American colonists at the Battle of Saratoga in the fall of 1777, turning point of the Revolutionary War. Residents of Albany, fearful that their city might be occupied by British soldiers, instead celebrated an unexpected victory at Saratoga. It was the first major win for the colonists, and the residents of Albany rang church bells, fired cannons, roasted an ox, and gathered around a large bonfire. Schuyler returned to the city of his birth as a hero. Now, you can read the whole article. It's still on the Times-Union's website from 2013. There's not a single mention of slavery or slaves in the entire piece. But guess how the Times-Union, the same newspaper, describes Schuyler now? Here's a recent article from the paper from this year. Quote, while noted as a politician and Revolutionary War hero, Schuyler enslaved over a dozen people at his Saratoga and Albany homes. The Times-Union of 2023 goes on to cite, and this is not a joke, a report by 5 high schoolers who say that Schuyler is a bad man and his statue has to be removed. That's the report you heard referenced in that news clip as well. So here's how the Times-Union describes the findings of these high school students. Quote, the report titled What to Do with Phil, a 2022 report from the Young Abolitionist Leader Institute, was created by 5 Albany high school students who met between October 2021 and June with 2 adult facilitators. While the report notes Schuyler's accomplishments as a Revolutionary War general and politician, his legacy is still marked by owning human beings, it says. This is also the report that the Albany government relied on to justify removing the statue. Facile does not begin to describe this. I mean, in the 18th century, no one had the same attitude towards slavery that we do now, even the people who opposed it, which relatively few people did back then, on a global scale. It's not surprising that a bunch of dumb, arrogant kids would lack the proper historical perspective and think themselves qualified to pass moral judgment on historical figures who lived 250 years ago, but that's where adults are supposed to step in. The problem is that there aren't very many adults left in this country. What's really going on here is that Schuyler, like Jefferson, Washington, Lincoln, Teddy Roosevelt, all the other historical figures who've had their monuments destroyed, is that, these are heroes of a different nation. One that the city of Albany considers to be a foreign enemy, basically. And they know they have to erase him if they want their revolution to succeed. The Biden administration understands this as well, obviously. Look at this grotesque display currently hanging at the White House. They put this up over the weekend. And that is a pride flag hanging on the White House, and it's in between 2 American flags. There are similar displays all over the country, of course, at 30 Rock and so on, but putting this flag at the White House, just like the flag at Albany City Hall, has particular implications. And most conservatives, as that was put up over the weekend, reacted to it, and were saying that it's horrific and it's evil for the White House to not only fly the pride flag, but to give it a place of primacy in between 2 American flags. And of course, it is both of those things. It's horrific and evil, for sure. But what they don't understand is that the White House is also properly representing its own nation, which is not our nation. Okay, we are 2 nations in one. There is the old United States that conservatives still cling to and cherish, and there's a new country with its own flag, its own traditions, its own heroes and foundational myths, etc. That's the nation that the Biden regime, the media, academia, Hollywood all speak to and represent. Why do you think that the city of New York took down Teddy Roosevelt's statue recently? I mean, liberals used to love him. He was one of the greatest presidents this country ever had. He broke up big monopolies. He was well-read. He saved the middle class. He established national parks. He was a pioneer, an explorer. They took down Teddy Roosevelt's statue in New York for a specific reason, which was to replace it. Instead of Teddy Roosevelt, New York recently put up the horned statue of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And that's now happening at scale. The nation we had before is being replaced. It's not just that demographics are changing, though they are. The activists who are leading this revolution, like all totalitarians, understand that to take full control, they need to erase our shared history. And they're executing this plan right in front of us, in plain sight, as obvious as they possibly can. While conservatives are debating the proper positioning of the American flag in relation to the pride flag at the White House, the government is going out in the middle of the night and destroying the symbols they don't like. They're not asking your opinion about it, they're just doing it. And with that in mind, it's not hard to wonder, like, what else will they take away before you even realize it? A lot more than statues. Soon the government may be able to kidnap your children if you don't subscribe to the cult of gender ideology. That's happening in Canada. It's been happening for years now. And that's an actual bill in California right now, which we'll talk more about in a few minutes. But they will label you a child abuser and put you in prison for wrong thing so the state can raise your child. That's the ultimate goal of this push for inclusion, quote unquote, which of course is fundamentally about excluding anyone with traditional views and in particular religious views. The totalitarians running the government, like all totalitarians throughout history, are obsessed with using their power to make future generations subservient to their rule. That's the reason they're sponsoring pride parades that expose children to deviant sexual fetishes and everything else. That's the reason they're destroying and replacing everything they can. It took the single deadliest famine in world history to stop Mao. What will it take to stop the revolution that's taking place right now in this country? And the longer this goes on, the longer sane people stay quiet and watch as it all happens, the more likely it is that, unfortunately, we're going to find out. If you'd like to see what else I have to say, you can access my full show by going to dailywire.com or by going to the Matt Walsh Show Twitter page. Hope to see you there. Godspeed.
Here, basically, right? You live here.
Most of the time, yeah. Yeah, really. I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
I integrated.
You're here, basically, right? You live here. You're part
Most
of
of
the
the time,
system,
yeah. Yeah, really. I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
I integrated.
I mean, obviously, it's pretty much based on money. The system.
It is.
Yeah.
The system is completely based on money.
Yeah.
The studio system.
Yeah.
To a degree, I think the way I look into the system is based on money.
Is there a collective ethos or somebody once said my problem was I didn't understand the social contract. Yeah. I now understand what that means.
Yeah.
Do you understand it?
The social contract?
Yeah.
I think I do.
Yeah. What is it for you?
The social contract. You can't get mad. You can't get mad. You can't let it get you. Because you have to make a deal with everyone else, and it's almost unspoken that you are going to be fucked over at some point by people who you may have done something nice for. And it may happen that by circumstance, or even very purposefully, that you fuck someone over. But that shouldn't get in the way of you being able to sit down and have fun with them. Am I on the right track? You can't build a resentment about it. You have to still try and love those people.
Yeah.
Because that's the way they're thinking.
Because it ain't personal.
No, it's not personal. They don't really mean to hurt you.
No.
Not really. I don't quite understand. Well, I mean, there's a lot of motivations for why it happens. Yes, many.
I mean, money will make you do stuff as well, won't it? I mean,
yes.
on them, us,
yes.
you know.
Yeah, well, whoever.
If there's many millions riding on a decision, it's hard to be philosophical.
Yes. Yeah, very.
No, it's not. Only if you allow money to be your all-being thing. When you ask questions, the 5 W's: who, what, why, when. Sorry, who, what, when, why, where. You ask these questions about everything before you ever just accept something. Who said it? Why are they saying it? When did they say it? What does it accomplish? Actually, how are they going to accomplish? Oh, that shit. Yes. Excuse me, yes, the 5 W's on everything. You always get choose it. And if money's your god and king, well, yeah, someone can offer you X amount of money and then finally break and accept. It's not a single amount of money out there that will ever get me to do a damn frickin' thing. Not one. You cannot buy me. My soul can never be sold.
Very hard to be, you know, you have to choose what level of integrity you're coming in at. And,
Okay.
And I've often felt it. I've sat there, and I have felt the knife slipped firmly in between my shoulder blades and tried to have it shoved through the other side through my heart. I mean, this is a bizarre place. And it doesn't take very long, and I'm sure you've experienced this if you've stayed here for any length of time. You come in, you're fresh from the outside, you're off the boat, from the farm, still got shit on your shoes, you're in here, people are charmed by that you've still got shit on your shoes. They're charmed by the fresh approach you bring to it, and that's a real thing. But they're also stroking the shit out of you, you know, licking you all over. And that's kind of good for you, too. It's great. But it doesn't take very long before you realize, or before it gets to you. It's cascading on you all the time. You can't get away from certain attitudes, from certain modes of behavior that this town and the industry dictate. And no matter how strong you are, when you come in off the farm with those convictions and a certain line of attack, no matter how strong you are going to be affected by this place. His whole opinion about women on film, from beginning to end, is very brief. He says, women on film, either naked or dead. Both is better. And it's like, whoa, whoa. The man has got a spiritual malady for a start. I mean, the scary thing is that I think a lot of people think that. Maybe not to that extreme. There are people, well-meaning people, and you'll know within 15 minutes
if this is a person you want to work with. Yeah. Christopher Walken, first time I ever did a casting session in America.
Yeah.
Terrified me.
Me too.
I mean, I fucking know. I came to meet the guy. They said, oh, he's flying in from God knows where.
Yeah, but he didn't need a plane, right? It's like...
He came in, he was doing all the kind of Scorsese stuff. And I said, have you had a chance to read the script? And he looked at me and he said, do you like my face? And I went, yes. And he said, well, that's fucking great, because if you don't, get De Niro. Fuck you, I'm out of here. And we stood up and walked out. And everyone said, well, that I think was quite a good meeting.
No, he came to see me on a rooftop in New York. I said, hey, can I talk to you? And he said, sure. He floated in, sideways, through a crowd of people. He was wearing black. And it was like one of those old vampire movies where they don't walk, but they glide. And he was a dancer, you know, so he has he's very, graceful.
Yeah.
And he moved sideways, and he just sat down in a chair next to me. And it kind of frightened me. And he's a very smart guy. And we started talking, and I didn't, say much of anything about reading the script, nothing. I just started talking about the Middle Ages. And he began to talk tortures. And we swapped tortures because I'd read this book on torture. And I tried to recall some of the most heinous things I'd ever read in this book. And he was like, oh, and he'd try and top it. And my assistant was there, and he left because he couldn't stand it anymore. Yeah. The air had turned cold. And then he left, and I wanted to leave. And because I knew that I didn't want to work with him. Yeah. And he was getting scary. Yeah. And then I turned around, and it was on top of the Peninsula Hotel. I turned around to avoid his steady gaze at one point, and I was looking at a building with the top of the sixes on it. So there was a huge illuminated 666 in red. And I went from that to that to that, and he started smiling. And I thought, oh no, Chris Walken is the Antichrist, you know? I'll think, Walken, and you'll resent it for a little while, then you have to let it go. Otherwise, you'll eat yourself alive. And I think it takes that kind of cockroach resilience to survive in this town. When I came over here, I was in my mid-20s. Right. The first time I really came over here. You know, I had a whole bunch of weird paranoid suspicions about what the hell was going on because there was a lot of stuff I couldn't understand. Right. And nobody was really bothering to explain it to me. They don't. And I formed a bunch of opinions about the town and about the people in it that were like, surely that couldn't be, because a whole place can't be like, you know, weird town, you know, where the stranger wanders in and all the people are in the bar and they all shut up when he looks at them and they tell you don't go into the house on the hill. It's like that. And then you go away and you think, no, I was wrong. I mean, that's insane thinking. I'm paranoid. I imagined that stuff. That couldn't be the reason for why so-and-so was acting like, could it? And then you find out later on the track that you were exactly on track with a lot of this stuff. Not specifically on track, but that you could, that some of your worst nightmares were real at the time. And you think, now this is what I mean by actually starting to swim up or downstream with the rest of the salmon. You know, eventually, if you stay here long enough, you'll find yourself doing that. And you have to. There's a way of doing it without doing it. And that takes time. And it takes relaxation.
Not being uncomfortable about...
Not being uncomfortable. Realizing it for what it is.
Projecting.
Understanding what it is. Once you understand it, well, then you're not afraid of it anymore. So you can just walk around it, through it. And then get on with what you tried to get on with in the first place. A place like this can humiliate you. And it can humiliate you, it can be humbling. I mean, it does rip your life to pieces if you'll let it. And it's always pounding at the walls. These little guys, these little heathens with no soul downstairs with horns on their head with a battering ram trying to like beat your walls in.
This big event is on now. Until June 14th, save up to 60% on a wide selection of styles.
Give me a pair of the Shicklackerties, the wood clashers. You're not for cracking nuts, Cage. Getting this pick's not gonna be easy. There's both. Give me a major. Give me a pair of the Shicklackerties, the wood clashers. You're not for cracking nuts, Cage. Getting this pick's not gonna be easy. There's both. Give me a major fucking harness to keep it down. We're not gonna be able to do it without the proper equipment. One of those, dude. One of those. black skin-tight jumpsuits, crossbow grappling hook with retracto action, blow darts with horse tranquilizer tips, night vision goggles, tear gas, 115-inch Bowie knife with compass in the handle, bungee cord, 1 bag of Funyuns. Those are mine. And walkie-talkies.
Looks like you fellas are fixing to take the law in your own hands.
No, it's going camping.
All I'm saying is some people might think you're planning to overthrow the government. And some of us folks might give you a thumbs up. Way up.
Right.
We're being boned, my friend. They're taxing the shit out of us and spending their ill-gotten booty on poison fluoridation machines and prophylactics, rubbers, cum catchers for their children. Ribbed for her pleasure. What in the hell does that even mean? And they say I ain't got no right to buy a bazooka? No can do, Chief. Screw it, stuff it, whatever you gotta do. I'm gonna cut it off if I have to. You put that thing out here one more time. I'm speaking in metaphor, but I think you boys know what I'm talking about, right? Draw near.
Tenacious D, the pick of destiny, so long ago. People think this only just sprang out of nowhere, but it's been around for a while and slowly infesting. This mind virus needs to be stopped now. Blunt to the point truth. Here we go.
Leah Thomas was interviewed. What was this for? Was this Vice or like it's one of these things? You can see it's a they-them interviewer, and they're talking to Leah Thomas about trans and dudes swimming with chicks and the whole damn thing. Take a look.
The NCAA has said that they support trans athletes. They also haven't taken action against states that have banned trans athletes. Leah, can two truths exist at once?
I think it's very difficult for an organization to say, we support trans people, we support trans inclusion, and then not do anything to sort of do that, to anything to protect trans athletes, to ensure they're treated fairly. It sort of gets to this broader idea that I've encountered a lot, where people will say, oh, like, Leah, I respect you and your identity as a woman, but I just don't think it's fair for you to play in the women's category. And you can't have that sort of halfway acceptance of trans women and of trans people more broadly, because when you think like that, you're not really thinking of trans women as women, you're thinking of them as this other category that we have to find something to do with when we're just other women who want to compete.
That was bullshit. Now here's some real truth.
No, you are not other women who want to compete. You are a dude. You have a penis. This is where I mention the Connor propeller penis theory, which is that Leah Thomas has kept the penis to swim as a woman, using the penis as some kind of propeller for extra propulsion. Okay? So no, I don't respect you as a woman. I don't respect your pronouns or anything else. You're a dude who is a marginal swimmer at best, who is now smacking down actual women, and you're doing it in the name of diversity and tolerance. You're a fraud and a phony.
That's the blunt to the point truth, folks. Enough is enough. Snap out of insanity and into reality.
That's what you are.
Resist much, obey little. Once unquestioning obedience, once fully enslaved. Once fully enslaved, no nation. Resist much, obey little. Once unquestioning obedience, once fully enslaved. Once fully enslaved, no nation, state, city of this earth ever afterward resumes its liberty. These were the words of caution which the great poet Walter Whitman offered to his fellow Americans. For Whitman recognized that crucial to a free and flourishing society are men and women who are willing to question and even resist authority when necessary. But today, very few of us live by the ideal espoused by Whitman. Rather, blind obedience is the norm. We have become populations of sheep, easily to be herded into the chains of tyranny. But what has led those of us in the West to largely shun the advice of Whitman? In this video, we will examine two institutions that have played an integral role in the breeding of a passive citizenry: the compulsory state-run education system, which in North America is called the public school system, and the mainstream media. Public schooling is viewed as one of the shining lights of the modern Western world. Who could question the value of an institution that provides free and compulsory education for all? But as with many institutions of our day, the textbook picture of how the institution should work greatly diverges from the reality of how it does work. If public schools taught individuals how to think, if they promoted intellectual curiosity and produced citizens healthy in body and mind, then few would question their value. But beneath the veneer presented by the bureaucrats that run this institution, a darker reality emerges. Or as John Taylor Gatto, a former teacher turned one of public schooling's greatest critics, writes, "Schools are intended to produce formulaic human beings whose behavior can be predicted and controlled. To a very great extent, schools succeed in doing this, but in a national order in which the only successful people are independent, self-reliant, confident, and individualistic, the products of schooling are irrelevant. Well-schooled people are irrelevant. They can sell film and razor blades, push paper and talk on telephones, or sit mindlessly before a flickering computer terminal. But as human beings, they are useless. Useless to others and useless to themselves. Noam Chomsky echoed this sentiment, writing in his book Understanding Power, "Given the external power structure of the society in which they function, the institutional role of the schools, for the most part, is just to train people for obedience and conformity, and to make them controllable and indoctrinated. To some this may..."
You know, Simon Says and everyone just obeys.
Sound like heresy, but a study of history reveals that this was the intention from the very start. The state-run school systems in the West were modeled off a factory style of education first introduced in Prussia in the early 1700s. "What shocks," writes Gatto, "is that we should so eagerly have adopted one of the very worst aspects of Prussian culture, an educational system deliberately designed to produce mediocre intellects, to hamstring the inner life, to deny students appreciable leadership skills, and to ensure docile and incomplete citizens, all in order to render the populace manageable." Albert Einstein, an individual who reached heights of genius rarely seen, did not credit his compulsory schooling with his intellectual development. Reflecting back on his school years, Einstein noted that after completing his final examinations, his interest in the field he would go on to revolutionize was all but dead. "I found the consideration of scientific problems," he wrote, "distasteful to me for an entire year." Einstein believed that one of the major flaws of compulsory, state-run education systems is their forced style of teaching. "It is, in fact, nothing short of a miracle," he wrote, "that the modern methods of instruction have not yet entirely strangled the holy curiosity of inquiry. It is a very grave mistake to think that the enjoyment of seeing and searching can be promoted by means of coercion and a sense of duty." After well over a decade of indoctrination in the school system, few emerge with a great thirst for knowledge and a curiosity toward the many mysteries of the world. Instead, as Bruce Levine writes in his book Resisting Illegitimate Authority, by the time a student graduates, they have been bred to be passive, to be directed by others, to take seriously the rewards and punishments of authority, to pretend to care about things that they do not care about, and that one is impotent to change one's dissatisfying situation. But if our schooling cannot be relied upon to generate the critical and curious minds needed to protect a society from the actions of corrupted authorities, can the mainstream media play this role? While there has been an increasing skepticism toward this institution in recent years, distaste and distrust toward the mainstream media has a long history. "I have given up newspapers," wrote Thomas Jefferson, "in exchange for Tacitus and Thucydides, for Newton and Euclid, and I find myself much the happier." Nietzsche, one of the most intellectually free and curious minds of history, was also no fan of the mainstream media. "Sick are they always. They vomit their bile and call it a newspaper." Richard Weaver, a professor at the University of Chicago in the first half of the 20th century, found it ironic that while we have freed ourselves from the Earth-centered view of the cosmos, we have all the while dove headlong into an illusory view of the world created by the mainstream media. And while Weaver focuses on newspapers in the following passage, as they were the dominant medium of his day, his words are even more applicable today, where modern technology offers far better tools for the manipulation of the masses. A great point is sometimes made of the fact that modern man no longer sees above his head a revolving dome with fixed stars. True enough, but he sees something similar when he looks at his daily newspaper. The newspaper is a man-made cosmos of the world of events around us at the time. For the average reader, it is a construct with a set of significances which he no more thinks of examining than did his pious forebear of the 13th century think of questioning the cosmology. But why does the mainstream media so often choose deception over truth? Noam Chomsky in his book Media Control suggests that, like many politicians, the mainstream media is dominated by individuals who adhere to an elitist ideology. The 20th century journalist Walter Lippmann epitomized this view, calling the masses the bewildered herd. in suggesting that one of the main functions of the media is to put this herd in its proper place as passive spectators, not active participants in the organization of a society. Or as Chomsky explains, this elitist ideology is built on the notion that the mass of the public are just too stupid to be able to understand things. If they try to participate in managing their own affairs, they're just going to cause trouble. Therefore, it would be immoral and improper to permit them to do this. We have to tame the bewildered herd, not allow the bewildered herd to rage and trample and destroy things. For those of us who are not among the self-anointed elite, the question arises as to whether the controlling of the bewildered herd is done in order to promote a prosperous and flourishing society, or merely to maintain certain institutional structures which favor the elites to the detriment of society at large. This open question only reinforces the need for a more skeptical attitude toward the authority figures of our day. We need, in other words, more anti-authoritarians. It must be stressed that an anti-authoritarian is not someone who, in place of a passive acceptance of authority, adopts a passive rejection of all authority. Many institutions and authority figures serve a beneficial purpose and therefore should be accepted. But anti-authoritarians recognize that consensus does not mean truth, that power corrupts, that people lie, and that some institutions, in the words of Chomsky, have no moral justification. They are just there in order to preserve certain structures of power and domination. Recognizing these undeniable facts, the anti-authoritarian is willing to look at all authority figures with a healthy dose of skepticism, and potentially even resist their commands if such authority proves corrupt and harmful to the well-being of a society. Or as Henry David Thoreau wrote, "If the machine of government is of such a nature that it requires you to be the agent of injustice to another, then, I say, break the law." But should we fear a world with more anti-authoritarians? The obedience bred into us in school and the blind deference to authority promoted by the talking heads of the mainstream media may lead some to view anti-authoritarians as a threat to the stability of society, but nothing could be further from the truth. Anti-authoritarians are the crucial protectors of a flourishing society, for as the author C.P. Snow noted, "When you think of the long and gloomy history of man, you will find more hideous crimes have been committed in the name of obedience than have ever been committed in the name of rebellion." Malevolent authority, combined with a passive citizenry, is the recipe for tyranny, and so anti-authoritarians should not be feared or ostracized. They should be welcomed. They are the individuals who raise the alarm and awaken the slumbering masses to the existence of corrupt authority. A society without a healthy number of anti-authoritarians, or a society in which anti-authoritarians are shunned and silenced, is a society that has chosen the comfort of illusions over the desire for truth, and is therefore a society paving the way for its own destruction. Or as the 18th century French philosopher Voltaire cautioned, "So long as the people do not care to exercise their freedom, those who wish to tyrannize will do so. For tyrants are active and ardent, and will devote themselves in the name of any number of gods, religious or otherwise, to put shackles upon sleeping men."
This changes everything we know about tinnitus. Neurologists have found that tinnitus wipes your memory in less than 3 years. The ear buzzing is literally wiping your memory by the minute. After 47 years of studies done on more than 2,400 tinnitus patients and countless brain scans, scientists at the MIT Institute found that in 96% of cases, tinnitus is linked with cognitive decline, chronic fatigue, depression, and anxiety.
from that idiot bullshit. He wants to cheat and then do emoting bullshit and he's some top dog? Fuck that. Wow, kid. Good, thank you. Actually, that's my honest opinion. Your board is way too weak. Boars are just right.
People are becoming more and more anxious. More than a third of us feel the world is a more frightening place than it used to be.
By age 32, 50% of the population might qualify for an anxiety disorder.
For an estimated 10 million Americans, fear of social situations can be totally debilitating.
I'm a 40-year-old man in a 12-year-old body.
One of my friends said, for people like you, we used to pour buckets of cold water on them as they lay in bed. That's what you deserve.
If they can fix their anxiety with a pill, that's just as appealing as discovering that you can make your dinner with a microwave oven.
The country is bathing itself in prescribed drugs.
Well, there are many, many unhappy people out there in the real world that all have psychiatric illnesses. The ultimate risk, is that we've psychiatrized the entire population. We've ended up in a situation where virtually everybody has some kind of disorder. That's crazy.
The number one prescription people come to the pharmacy for is anxiety. Wouldn't you say about 3/4 of what we have here is for anxiety, Mark? Well, 3/4 of the things in the pharmacy are for anxiety. It's kind of a sad thing. It's a tragic thing, really.
This is a story about a society on edge. A place where our culture, the very way we live, is leaving us feeling more anxious than ever before.
We're normally anxious because life is dangerous. Many of us are vulnerable to losing a job or being underemployed. We can't manage whether we're going to get a disease or not most of the time.
The other factor I think is really important is isolation. So that sense that really nobody does have your back. The collapse of meaning, so that, where we all used to sort of, trudge off to the same church, and even if we didn't explicitly believe in God, we had a general consensus about it. Now we have none of that, so that's very anxiety-provoking.
Once considered an obscure and serious illness, anxiety is now a big part of our cultural identity.
18% of the U.S. population is said to have an anxiety disorder. So that's pretty high. Certainly higher than depression, higher than bipolar disorder, higher than schizophrenia.
Modern life is taking its toll. Anxiety about terrorism, increasing fear of crime. More than a third of us.
You can't avoid hearing about anxiety if you're in a media sophisticated setting.
56% say the economy is contributing to our fears.
And I think in a setting like that, we become socialized to those ideas.
All over the world, a sort of psychiatric perfect storm has been brewing. New diagnoses for anxiety, prescription-happy GPs, and a hectic society have all collided in the early 21st century to effectively turn us all into mental health patients.
More and more people who have normal worry and anxiety are being diagnosed as having a mental disorder.
It's become extraordinarily prevalent in our culture as a reference point for how we're all feeling without us necessarily understanding what it is that we're talking about.
What has changed? Or has anxiety always been with us and only now taking its place in the cultural spotlight? To answer that question, we need to know, what exactly is anxiety?
So often there's a confusion in the minds of people when they're speaking. When they're talking about anxiety, they're talking about something normal? Are they talking about something extra normal? They're talking about something pathological? Is it a disease? Is it a symptom?
The dictionary describes it as a feeling of worry, nervousness, or unease, typically about an imminent event or something with an uncertain outcome. In reality, it means very different things to different people.
I'm Wes, and this is Jason, but you might know us better as the band The Darcys. And this is how we
come. In reality, it means very different things to different people.
A welling up of what I used to call panic juice. I know that sounds weird, but it felt like there was this volcano of panic juice coming from the stomach and then into the rest of me.
It kind of feels like something's always chasing you. That you are always trying to get away or always trying to get somewhere. There's something always right behind you, coming for you.
It's just something your brain does to you. It's something you see that triggers the brain, like the alarm. It goes off. Wee, wee. I thought my heart was stopping. I'm gonna not lie to you. I thought my heart was stopping and I thought I was dying. That may sound a little like crazy, but I'm not lying.
It's not a productive fear. It's more of a paralyzing fear. Well, there's just everyday anxiety. Missing the subway when you're late for work. Trying to get to an appointment and you can't find a cab. It's just, the city is fraught with it.
The experience varies because anxiety occurs on a spectrum. At one extreme, it's a crippling disorder. At the other, a normal, even healthy part of daily life.
The anxiety is not all bad. Think about how in college did you keep yourself up late at night studying for that test to get a good grade? Actually, it was anxiety that got you to do that.
It's normal to be anxious, which is a form of fear. It's just a fear of what's going to come in the future. However, when that fear or that anxiety becomes disconnected from the situation, let's say there is no danger in the environment and you are still worried, still anxious, still fearful, that's when we are talking about anxiety disorders.
Sometimes I'd look at ordinary objects and it would cause me to be, just stimulate a panic response. I'd look at a teapot and be afraid of it. Why would you be afraid of a teapot?
I get the same kind of feeling someone would get waiting outside their exam room for the test, but I have it all the time.
If you can see the tiger through the brush and you're fearful, hey, that's a rational response. If you know the tigers have been dead for 1,000 years and you're still fearful of them, then that's anxiety.
I was watching a TV show and I saw something about someone choking and nobody did anything to help them, and it scared me. I went to bed the next night and then the next morning I was afraid to swallow. I don't know, it just freaked me out really. I couldn't eat because I was afraid I was choking and then I was gonna die. And then eventually we went to a psychiatrist and I was diagnosed with anxiety.
Today, people like Aaron and Lucas, who meet the criteria of an anxiety disorder, are most likely to end up on medication. But as the conversation about life's daily anxieties grows louder and louder, more and more people who think of themselves as normal are considering using pills to deal with everyday life.
For me, anxiety is not having control over my life in any environment. I'm at work and my shoulders are up here and I literally have to say, down, down shoulders, because they're up at my ears. I don't know how I'm managing.
You're kind of not.
I'm not. I'm not. And especially when you have a 4-year-old, and we're looking into schools for her now.
And private schools.
We are looking into.
And is Alan working?
No.
Excellent. Wow.
Okay.
He was laid off right after the crash in 2008. So we have one income and a mortgage, and it's very difficult, especially living in New York City. There are a lot of people competing for your job. There are a lot of people competing for that seat on the subway. There are a lot of people who get to the farmer's market before you do and buy up all the corn that you were going to cook for your guests that night.
I heard a story about parents dropping off their kids and sort of clogging up the street in front of the school, and they weren't dropping off correctly. And eventually they had to be threatened with putting a mark on their child's permanent record. And this was a preschool.
I still sometimes have trouble sleeping, and I still sometimes have
some hyperventilation. I have a lot of tension I clench my teeth a lot, and it's destroying my teeth. The traditional gender roles are kind of reversed in my household, so I think that's another thing that plays into it, is that, I'm not the mommy that a lot of other kids have. I'm the one who goes to work every day, and that she sees basically an hour a night and on weekends. You feel completely helpless. You feel like you have no control over your own life.
We get ourselves into a situation where we think that we're rational and that we can have perfect control over our experience. And then when we lose control of that experience, which of course we're going to do because there's so many other elements involved, it's terrifying. We are pushing ourselves to the edge of our confidence and competency, and the result is that somebody who thought before, well, I'm going to be okay, I can just keep myself cool and collected, now they're so freaked out and so stressed that they're going to reach for, if they're offered, which they often are by a GP, they'll say, yeah, you know what, maybe I better take a pill, because I really need to keep my cool here.
According to the World Health Organization, disorders related to dread are now the most prevalent mental illnesses on the globe.
On the one hand, we all are anxious. Right now I'm anxious about whether my car's parked outside and is going to get a ticket or not. But anxiety is also a pathological emotion. And that is not a normal experience, because anxiety can be crippling.
Mark's This Is Big event is on now. Until June 14th, save up to 60% on a wide selection of styles.
And that is not a normal experience, because anxiety can be crippling.
I would get heart palpitations, this tightness in my chest, and not really understand what was happening, losing my breath. I just had no idea what was going on.
Worski with a nice chance as she moved in on goal to test Kendra Fisher.
Kendra Fisher was on her way to a spot on the Olympic hockey team before anxiety began to take control of her life.
It's this secret you want to keep and this thing that you don't want people to know you're dealing with, so to then have to try to explain to people why I wasn't okay going out for dinner, or I wasn't okay driving down the street. It got to a point where I wasn't okay leaving my apartment. I lost about 47 pounds in a month and a half. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep. I was just an absolute shell of myself.
When her condition became unbearable, Kendra was forced to retire from hockey just weeks before realizing her dream of joining Team Canada.
It was the one thing that I had spent my entire life wanting, and where do you go after that?
Since touching bottom several years ago, a mixture of meds, psychotherapy, and lifestyle changes have steadied Kendra. But she's still unable to dine out in public or go to a concert without risking a serious attack.
Heaven forbid I forget to take my pills, and that typically makes for a rough day.
Today, an extreme case of anxiety like Kendra's is treated as a genuine psychiatric illness, while someone like Jessica, for now at least, falls just under the threshold of a disorder. What separates them is still, for the most part, a scientific mystery.
In the 17th century, if you were anxious or depressed, then it was thought to be the result of demonic possession. This then leaches away, and by the end of the 18th century, the population as a whole has stopped believing in demonic possession and has started believing in clinical medicine. Anxiety was seen as an aspect of psychotic illness. That means the presence of delusions and hallucinations.
Early cures varied from spa treatment to special diets, prayer, even fresh air.
But then the huge change in medical interpretations of anxiety comes with the psychoanalysts, comes with Sigmund Freud. But when Freud says, yes, it is very much a disease of its own, anxiety neurosis.
Treatment was evolving too. Spas and physical therapies gave way to barbiturates that produced sensations from mild sedation to total anesthesia. These were the first psychoactive drugs.
Barbiturates, the sleeping pills, bear colorful names like goofballs, red devils, yellow jackets, blue heavens, and rainbows. Pet pills and sleeping pills, when improperly used, can be just as dangerous as taking dope.
By the 1960s, Valium-style drugs, the benzodiazepines, had taken over, partly because they were considered less dangerous. And since the late 1980s, the Prozac family of drugs, or SSRIs, have dominated treatment for anxiety. These work, in theory, by increasing the level of serotonin in the brain.
We have no idea how it works. Somehow you take it every morning and your anxiety goes away. What does it matter that we don't know how it works? One of the issues is that there are many side effects, and the less that we know about how drugs work therapeutically, the less we're going to know about how they may work to cause negative or adverse reactions.
For all of its many forms, anxiety is still not easy to see with the naked eye. Today, millions in research dollars are spent on neuroscience in the hopes of finding the next big breakthrough.
All right, so what we have here is we have an animal that's been implanted with fiber optics directed at a part of the brain called the hippocampus that we think is important for anxiety-like behavior. This maze measures the animal's innate anxiety and its innate fear of open spaces. When we keep the light off, the animal will behave like a normal mouse. It'll basically spend all its time in these closed parts of the maze. When we turn on the light and activate these specific circuits, the animal will now start to explore the open arms of the maze. So that suggests that we can regulate the animal's anxiety state. And so if we can discover new circuits in the brain, we can now create better drugs to alleviate anxiety in humans.
While researchers try to map anxiety in the brain, the search is on for the genes that trigger it all.
Psychiatric disorders run in families, and that basically tells you that there is a vulnerable genetic terrain in certain individuals. We are only at the top of the iceberg. We've found a few of the genes involved, but probably more than 90% are still missing.
For now, anxiety is understood basically as a list of symptoms.
Well, Klaus Schwab's World Economic Forum is underway right now in Davos, Switzerland. The globalists meeting to decide how they will control you for the next decade or so of your life, or maybe even the next 100 years. But who is Klaus Schwab? The man that sits at the helm of the World Economic Forum, the WEF. Well, investigative journalist Johnny Vedmore has spent a long time investigating Klaus Schwab, and he joins me now. And Johnny, as we were talking here before the show, I mean, it's not just about Klaus Schwab. These tentacles are deep and they are wide. What made you start investigating Klaus Schwab?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Clayton. Me and my girlfriend Whitney, we were sitting around the coffee table in Chile, and we were looking for information on him. And Whitney said to me, "Why don't you investigate Klaus Schwab? You go back in the time through the elites of history. Why don't you look? Because there's nothing out there about him, which is in great contrast to what is now." And I feel that's really affected by the information I found, because everything had been scrubbed online, and that intrigues any investigative journalist. And I love going back through history, so I went back as far as I could. I started backwards from Schwab's in the past, because so much had been deleted. There's no point in going back through time. You have to start already in history and look at all of the Schwabs. So basically I spent 4 to 5 weeks just searching every Schwab in the history in Germany and their ancestry. And I eventually found Klaus Schwab's ancestors, his father, his mother, his grandfather, and an amazing story surrounding it, an amazing story. Klaus Schwab, his father was Eugen Schwab, born 1898, and eventually when he was older he would Harvard work for a Nazi model company called Escher Weiss. And during the war, Escher Weiss would be central to the Nazi atomic bomb program. And so Klaus Schwab's father, who was managing director of the main factory in Ravensburg, was not only making submarine parts and aircraft parts for the Nazis and potential atomic bomb casings for the Nazis as well. They were also making the large turbines that would power the heavy water hydroelectric dams that they normally built them for. It was the same way they enriched uranium for their type of process of atomic bomb making. And so he was a very important man, Eugen Schwab. Of course, the Nazis were successful, and when Klaus was growing up, Germany was being reconciled. He was trying to change his image to the rest of the world. They were trying to say, look at us, we're now kind, we got over it. And at the same time, America was kind of learning some of the tools that the Nazis had used. The American intelligence services were using some of those tools to kind of do the same tricks the Nazis were pulling in an attempt.
Operation Paperclip, Operation Magnet. They literally took the Nazis over here.
To fight communism, for a good aim. They were saying, we're going to fight back the Soviets. Before it, we need to get dirty. And they started, of course, we know Operation Paperclip. They started bringing people in. And there was lots of projects set up. And in 1950, there was a special project set up in Harvard called Kissinger's International Seminar. It was actually set up by William Yandell Elliott, a grandee of American politics, who basically had been advisor to 6 different presidents throughout his career, as a high-ranking CFR member, and he invented this seminar, which a newly graduated Kissinger was put in charge of, and it was about training young global leaders. And in 1965 or 64, Eugen Schwab, Klaus Schwab's father, would say to Klaus, the only place you're going to go to succeed in the world now is Harvard. And he went and got offered a place, because you didn't apply for Kissinger's International Seminar. You were often headhunted. You could apply, but only the best got in. And they were looking for the best potential young leaders. And Klaus Schwab, in 1965, joined the ranks of Kissinger's International Seminar, which he graduated in 1967, and was a CIA-funded course. On the year Klaus Schwab graduated in 1967, Humphrey Dorman of Harvard released preempting releases in the New York Times and another newspaper of the information that the Kissinger's International Seminar had been funded between 1960 and 1966 by the CIA through American Friends of the Middle East, which was set up by Kermit Roosevelt, the Farfield Foundation, and the Asian Foundation. Wow. So Klaus Schwab had just gone through a CIA-funded course in Harvard. He was given, during that course, 2 mentors, one really fantastically interesting and important people in history, one being Herman Kahn, who's described as a real Dr. Strangelove, and is a guy you want to explore in detail, and John Kenneth Galbraith, another grandee of American politics, who was a teacher of JFK. JFK made him ambassador to India, wanted him to be ambassador to the Soviet Union. So, saw him in that sort of, held him in that sort of regard. And John Kenneth Galbraith has one of the most amazing histories around. And John Kenneth Galbraith, along with Otto von Habsburg, would become the keynote speakers in the First World Economic Forum, which was basically pushed forward by John Kenneth Galbraith and Herman Kahn, this team that had been given to Schwab through Harvard by Kissinger. They went back to get support for this new creation of what was a European Management Symposium that would 2 years later become the European Management Forum, and in the during the fall of the Soviet Union, it would become the World Economic Forum, would show its true face. And so that's a course that Klaus Schwab went through. Now, in 1967, when he finished that course, he went back, and before they set up the World Economic Forum, he went back to work for his father's old company, Escher Weiss. Peter Schmidheim is the CEO CEO then, whose father had been Jacob Schmidt-Heine, had been the CEO while Eugen Schwab had been at Escher Weiss, phoned up Klaus Schwab, and Peter Schmidt-Heine said, hey, we've got a merger going on between Solskjaer AG, Brown Boveri, Escher Weiss. We're merging them into a new company, and we want you at the helm. And what did Klaus Schwab do? He becomes second in charge of this merger and of these companies, and then the companies started selling illegally weapons technology, nuclear weapon technology, to the South African apartheid regime, so they could make bombs, which they made 6 bombs complete. They never tested their bombs. They made 6 complete nuclear bombs, with a 7th that was basically being constructed when they finally dismantled the program. This all came out in Swiss courts as well, so this is all documented in evidence. And this is what Klaus Schwab was at now. He did exactly the same as his father. His father helped a racist Nazi regime to try and create the atomic bomb to win World War II. And Klaus Schwab went on afterwards with his father's, pushing it on from behind to do exactly the same thing with South Africa. And Klaus Schwab then, over years, Harvard, the project, the Kissinger's International Seminar, once exposed, kind of like sort of crumbled into the sea. Kissinger went off to serve in Nixon's cabinet, eventually getting into high levels and being responsible for some of the most amazing moments throughout history. Kissinger is a really interesting person in this. He's really important, and he stayed in the background, but in the 80s he started to get back involved with the World Economic Forum, showed his face. The World Economic Forum, really interesting at the start, because it started off, it had a really big, had these big names to open up the actual opening of the European Management Symposium, and in the second year stumbled a bit, and the third year they got in Limits of Growth, they got in the Club of Rome. Aurelio Pecci was the keynote speaker just after they had written this, the Limits to Growth, which basically said, and he said it within the speech, that the enemy of humanity would be man itself in the future. And of course we know that later on Klaus Schwab in the 90s started up the Global Leaders for Tomorrow program with the World Economic Forum when it rebranded. That was the start of recreating Kissinger's International Seminar. And by 2004, the Dan David Foundation gave Schwab a $1 million prize, said, hey, have this prize that we give every year for all your hard work, do with it what you will. And he said, with this money, I'm going to make the Young Global Leaders Forum, so that we can base the Forum for Young Global Leaders, where we can industrially train global leaders that can then penetrate the cabinets, etc. Now, on the board of the Dan David Foundation, when they gave them this prize money to set up the Young Global Leaders, was, of course, Henry Kissinger. And it's just a cycle that goes round in a circle. Schwab recreated Henry Kissinger's International Seminar, which the German Marshall Fund, based at Harvard, from another Kissinger protege, Guido Goldman, had also run loads of leadership courses in between, but they hadn't had the same sort of impact that Kissinger's International Seminar had. Kissinger's International Seminar produced Pierre Trudeau, Klaus Schwab, and Valéry Giscard of France, the President of France, Japanese President, and Israeli Prime Minister. Kissinger's International Seminar produced Pierre Trudeau, Klaus Schwab, and Valéry Giscard of France, the President of France, Japanese President, and Israeli Prime Minister. I mean, it really was a case that Kissinger's International Seminar was the gold standard of courses, and Klaus Schwab is the number one protege of Henry Kissinger.
And funded in part and starting out with the CIA. So, I mean, I think people have a right to be scared of this guy, right? I mean, you look at this family lineage here, you look at the money, you look at the influence, you look at the people who were funding and making sure that he was being guided in a certain way. It almost sounds like he didn't have any choice in this. Like, his dad, here's where you're going to be. You're going to be selected for this. You're going to carry out our mission. And this just goes absolutely deep. So over the past few years, a lot of people have grown increasingly scared of this guy, myself included, what he is up to. I guess it's a weird question for me to ask, but do we have a right to be scared of this guy and what his agenda is doing, what they're trying to accomplish?
Yeah, he's a very clever, because what people don't understand is why they should be really afraid. They can't really get it together. You know, he looks like a Bond villain. They've made him almost comically like a Bond villain, so that everybody can say, "Oh, it's just Klaus Schwab again. Look, Dr. No and Dr. Evil and Dr. No and all of those different things." But the thing is about the World Economic Forum, the reason why it's so powerful and important is not only because it creates all of these young global leaders, but it creates policies that everything relies on. It's the leading policy think tank, and they line up alongside with Edelman PR, and Edelman PR are the #1 PR firm in the world. They handle marketing and PR for 60-70% of all companies, all governments, all everything. These guys are the globalists. They want to create something that is like a prison for us all, that is the same all the way around the world. Now, why they want to do it is partially because of, and it's in line with why Klaus Schwab rose to the top. When you're got Klaus Schwab's ability, when you're able to learn like Klaus Schwab has,
Okay, so this one you need to learn first. Definition of government. To control by authority, regulate, direct, manage, steer, restrain, require to be in a particular mood, case. To exercise authority, administer the law. Now government. The act of governing. Governing, because that was brought up. Its definition: exercising control, prevalent rule. This is from the New Dictionary of English Language, 1925 edition, and still to this day it is more accurate than it is when shit you can find online. That's the real problem. People don't realize the very definition of government. People speak words and have no idea what they actually mean. That's why this world's so messed up.
although Nuremberg is a feature of living memory, there are people alive today, many of them were around to see that trial and its aftermath. It is somehow distant enough. It is 76 years ago that the trial of the doctors concluded, 1947, that people do not have the relationship with Nuremberg that they need to have. And I wanted to both point out what the Nuremberg Code is, why it matters, why it is above law, why it has a status in our ethics paradigm that is above law, and what that therefore means to see a multiple violation of Nuremberg in the present, right? What reaction should we be having to that simple fact? So let's start with some basics. There were 2 Nuremberg trials, and a historian may have a better view on this than I do. I welcome any refinements or corrections. But there were 2 trials. There was a general trial for Nazis who were captured, and there was a doctor's trial because the medical violations were a unique and profound fact of the Holocaust. And there's no gentle way to say this. We literally hung 7 doctors over violations of informed consent, which, as far as I understand it, was not formalized in advance of the Holocaust, right? So the point is, this was understood to be a principle that any rational doctor should intuit, right? And in fact, the Nuremberg trial of the doctors was an extension of the Hippocratic Oath. Every doctor swears to the Hippocratic Oath. If you have sworn to the Hippocratic Oath to first do no harm, then that has a direct extrapolation to medical experiments that the doctors who engaged in the behavior that the Nazi doctors engaged in were understood to have violated implicitly to the point that they were executed publicly, right? That is an amazing statement. That is not 500 years ago. That's 76 years ago. We literally hung 7 doctors because they violated informed consent, which was not yet codified. It became codified in 1947 as a result of Nuremberg, and it is now something that no doctor can, even though Nuremberg declared it not an excuse that you didn't know about this, you now can be held responsible for violating the Nuremberg Code because it has been spelled out and enumerated.
Yep. There's even less reason to imagine that you can escape culpability now post-Nuremberg.
Nuremberg was specifically predicated on the Hippocratic Oath, this principle that goes back a couple thousand years in medicine, that one should first do no harm, which is of course easy to say, and then in practice, obviously a surgeon does harm, so it means something like do not net harm or do not foreseeable net harm or something like that.
Yeah, you can't take an instantaneous measure of at no point inflict something that could be harmful. That can't be what it means.
Yeah.
And so it does require the ability for doctors to make decisions,
right,
and to take risks.
Which is also why it is an oath, not a rule.
Yeah.
Right? Oath means you are going to agree to this principle, this value, and then you are going to figure out how it applies.
When you sit there and swear you agree to do this, that means you are literally promising to do that. Rule number 1 with the president: first, do no harm. You swear to do no harm. Therefore, no harm can be done. And if they know it causes harm, any harm, that's dangerous. How dare they?
What you are doing, right? This is above law, right? That's really important.
Mm-hmm.
There is law, and then there are things that are above law.
It's a higher authority.
It is a higher authority, and it is putting you in a position of doing the interpretation in real time. It may be an emergency, right? You may be trying to figure out, do I cut this person's leg off even though this person might survive if I left the leg intact? juggling it is
That's fine. There's a chance that we
the key thing that a doctor is trained to do. And the Nuremberg judges, there were 3 doctors' trial. Nuremberg judges understood the oath to imply informed consent. They then ruled that these 7 doctors were guilty of such egregious violations of that principle that they were literally hung, which I find barbaric, frankly, the idea that we hung these people. But my point is, this was an act, this was an extraordinary...
How is that barbaric? What I find barbaric is the fact that these
tragedy that was dealt with by civilization with extraordinary responses because of the profundity of all of the principles involved. And to find ourselves in the 2020s casually facing violations of those very same principles, and the deeper you dig, the more obvious it becomes how many violations there are. I thought it was 2. Informed consent. We didn't consent because we were mandated, and we weren't informed because they shut down the free exchange of ideas. That's 2 violations. But then I look at all the sub-provisions
in the Nuremberg Code.
In the Nuremberg Code, and it's consent because we were mandated, and we weren't informed because they shut. Obvious it becomes how many violations there are. I thought it was 2. Informed consent. We didn't consent because we were mandated, and we weren't informed because they shut down the free exchange of ideas. That's 2 violations. But then I look at all the sub-provisions
in the Nuremberg Code.
In the Nuremberg Code, and it's stunning. Yeah, you want to put that up? And actually, I'm going to read the first paragraph, and then we can quickly just look at some of these, and you'll spot immediately how COVID maps onto this thing. It's incredible. So, the Nuremberg Code, Provision 1.
Just what you're showing here is an article, a review 50 years after the Nuremberg Code, published in the New England Journal of Medicine, in which a piece from the original code is published.
Yes, the original code is republished,
right now.
And then there's historical context presented. Mm-hmm. The voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential, period. This means that the person involved should have legal capacity to give consent, should be so situated as to be able to exercise free power of choice without the intervention of any element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, overreaching, or other ulterior form of constraint or coercion. So if you think the mandates don't violate this because they didn't carry the force of law, they were certainly coercive. Continues, and should have sufficient knowledge and comprehension of the elements of the subject matter involved to enable him to make an understanding and enlightened decision. This latter element requires that before the acceptance of an affirmative decision by the experimental subject, there should be made known to him the nature, duration, and purpose of the experiment, the method and means by which it is to be conducted, all inconveniences and hazards reasonably to be expected, and the effects upon his health or person which may possibly come from this participation in the experiment. The duty and responsibility for ascertaining the quality of the consent rests upon each individual who initiates, directs, or engages in the experiment.
That is not the subject's.
It is the personal duty and responsibility which may not be delegated to another with impunity. And that last phrase is interesting. It may not be delegated to someone who cannot be punished. That's what that means, right? Pfizer was immunized. It cannot be punished. It cannot have delegated to it the responsibility for informed consent, which it then falls down on and is somehow immune to being prosecuted. That is not acceptable according to the Nuremberg Code, which I find amazing. This is so clear, right? When mapped onto COVID, the mandates for these experimental treatments is absolutely unforgivable. And when I say unforgivable, I'm talking about a code that preceded the hanging of 7 doctors, so I mean unforgivable. All right, provision 2. The experiment should be such as to yield fruitful results for the good of society, unprocurable by other methods or means of study, and not random and unnecessary in nature, right? The experiment has to be justified on the basis that harm done would be in the service of a greater good. That's what that means.
So, and this second item in the Nuremberg Code, that the experiment should be unprocurable by other methods or means of study, maps very neatly on to the conditions for which you can get granted an EUA.
Absolutely.
An emergency use authorization, which, as we discussed in, gosh, it's going to be early 2021, with regard to the suppression of the use of ivermectin in the treatment of COVID, it was necessary that there be no other treatment for COVID that was available, else Pfizer and Moderna could not have gotten EUAs for these experimental treatments that they cleverly, sneakily, falsely called vaccines.
Which means that the suppression of information on hydroxychloroquine, on ivermectin, and on vitamin D is another violation of Nuremberg. All right. 3, the experiment should be so designed and based on the results of animal experimentation and a knowledge of the natural history of the disease and other problem under study that the anticipated results will justify the performance of the experiment. So they obscured the natural history of the disease itself, and they could not possibly have appropriately used animals in the testing.
Well, it's interesting, actually. So this 3 here reminds me a little bit of our Constitution. Nuremberg Code is obviously much younger than the American Constitution, but there are places, and we've talked about this a lot, there are places in the American Constitution that, as amazing and forward-thinking and brilliant as our founding fathers of this country were, they could not have foreseen some of the technological advances that were to come hundreds of years in the future. This phrase, that the experiment should be based on the results, it should include a knowledge of the natural history of the disease, belies the fact that they could not foresee that we might, at some point in the future, be creating frankenviruses, right?
Yep.
And so, fully aside from they're obscuring, they're still claiming this is zoonotic origin, they're still looking for, stuff in the animal market, all of this, it's actually not going to be possible. 3 won't be possible in a world that has already allowed the kind of gain-of-function research that almost certainly produced SARS-CoV-2 in the first place.
Or at the very least.
Which means that the...
They are trying to basically drug everybody. They are trying to basically drug everybody constantly, right? We know this. We know this. And that brought us to this video. We've been trying to figure out a way to get this into the show for a little while now. You may remember this. This is from, how long is this ago? This is about 10 years ago, right? This is about a decade ago. Listen to Tom Cruise. Yeah, Tom Cruise, that Tom Cruise, talking about the coercive use of ADHD drugs, SSRI drugs, and how they are pushing that stuff on children. This is 10 years ago. Take a look.
Here we are today, where I talk out against drugs and psychiatric abuses of electric shocking people, okay, against their will, of drugging children with them not knowing the effects of these drugs. Do you know what Adderall is? Do you know Ritalin? Do you know now that Ritalin is a street drug? Do you understand that? The difference is, this was not against their will, though. Matt, I'm asking you a question. Matt, I'm asking you a question. I understand there's abuse of all of these things. No, you see, here's the problem. You don't know the history of psychiatry. I do. All it does is mask the problem, Matt. And if you understand the history of it, it masks the problem. That's what it does. That's all it does. You're not getting to the reason why. There is no such thing as a chemical imbalance. I'm saying that drugs aren't the answer, that these drugs are very dangerous. They're mind-altering, antipsychotic drugs. And there are ways of doing it without that so that we don't end up in a brave new world.
Okay, I'm not testifying to every single thing that Tom Cruise said there. Like, is there no such thing as a chemical imbalance? Like, I'm not sure about that. But I thought it was interesting because that clip...
Why is this? Who is this? What is this? Asking questions I don't need to know. I was in school and it's stuff like that. Literally just staring at the TV and change the channel. My eyes just wandered and wandered because I literally was now stuck sitting in the chair. No joke. These tranquilizers were sitting in the chair watching TV all of a sudden. Everything I'm just trying to so young and childish when I was like, this is
almost got him canceled 10 years ago because there's a giant machine, giant big pharma machine that wants you injected with things. Oh, your kid's kind of jumpy, we better put him on drugs. Oh, your kid's climbing around a lot, you better put him on drugs. I can tell you, having these two kids downstairs, what I have learned, if I have learned anything in the last 9 months of having these two boys, Justin is a higher wire act. This kid, he is an explorer. He wants to climb and crawl into every crazy position. If I leave the back door open for a split second, he wants to bolt out of the house. He climbs on everything. He's knocking himself over, trying to get upstairs. Like, it is built into this kid to go out there and conquer the world. And I'm going to do everything that I can to give him all the tools so that he can go about his life and do that. Justin's more, Luke is more, he just kind of sits there and stares at you. He's more of a thinker. But they're wired a certain way. But we have decided that we will you're a boy, but you think you're a girl, we'll drug you. We'll chemically castrate you. Oh, you're actually, this kid's a little too energetic. We'll drug him. This kid doesn't have enough energy. We'll drug him. We are screwing around with the chemicals in our brain, and then we wonder why we now have a generation of people that don't know what gender they are.
Here's Jack in his natural work habitat before Nordpass.
Thank you, John, for talking about creativity. But I guess my first question is, do you regret... Thank you, John, for talking about creativity. But I guess my first question is, do you regret not becoming a lawyer?
Can I tell you my favorite lawyer?
No, this is my time.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, no, please.
Yeah, but there's no laughs now.
Yeah, no. I am sometimes called the antidote to humor. So, what about Cambridge law?
Cambridge,
you were about to...
I was about to say that my favorite joke about lawyers is that the U.S. Postal Service a few years ago issued a commemorative series of stamps commemorating famous American lawyers, but they had to withdraw it within a couple of weeks because people couldn't figure out which side of the stamp to spit on. You've heard that before.
That's great. I have your creativity book, A Short and Cheerful Guide. It's available for sale. I highly recommend it. It's like cocaine for the brain, you know. But why is creativity so important for a thriving society?
Well, I think the most natural impulse that people have, other than curiosity, is to figure out, well, couldn't we do this better? You know, whatever it is. And I think that's a pretty natural kind of response, but I'm afraid the educational system doesn't encourage it.
Right.
I mean, it's not as bad as Japan was, for example. I had a friend who studied it there, and he said that the Japanese educational system was specifically designed to stop people thinking for themselves, you know?
Do you, you obviously grew up in England at a certain time where the school system was famous for being rigid and domineering and whatnot. Has it changed? And I mean, America is often seen as a place, you know, people wear baggy pants and anything goes. We're not structured enough. Is that a better environment, or can you talk a little bit about the specific
I think it's always
creativity?
a question of balance, isn't it? Because discipline is essential to any kind of learning and getting better. It's essential, but at the same time, if you have too much, then you have a Chinese or Japanese system, as I say, where people, they don't want anyone to be creative because they're frightened that they will lose control. So all I can tell you is I can only think of one example where my creativity was stifled. We had a very nice teacher called Jumpaji, and he taught me English, which seemed to be a bit redundant because I spoke it pretty fluent anyway. He asked us to write an essay on time. And I'd already realized it's a very hard thing to write about, you know? You look it up in the dictionary and it says duration. Then you look up duration and it says time. So I wrote the whole essay about the fact that I'd not had time to write the essay. Now, you giggle at that. It's not bad, is it, for 15? But he said to me, please, this isn't a proper essay. You see? He didn't have a go at me. He wasn't nasty. He wasn't particularly critical. He says, no, but just don't do the things this way. And that's how our creativity gets stifled. And I think it's creativity that kids do have at an early age.
Do you think that, there's a certain amount of structure that needs to be in place? Like, you got to rebel against a fantastic system, right? So, can you talk about...
It was a good system, Nick, but it wasn't
a notorious system.
Yeah, it was okay. It was pretty good. But I mean, I always thought that teachers didn't understand that they needed to explain things. For example, I learned lots and lots about the Protestants and the Catholics and Cromwell and Charles I, but no teacher ever told me what was the difference between them. There was a sort of an assumption by adults that you'd know, but the adults had never told. So there were lots of faults in it. But what I think was most it was beneficial that we learned to learn to work. But I'm being quite honest with you when I said at 18, when I emerged from the English system, I thought that it had taught me willpower, and that is how to work hard at something that I wasn't the slightest bit interested in.
Yeah. And in your book on creativity, you argue that you can teach creativity, and that it's basically a skill that you can pick up.
Well, it's
right?
what I was talking about there. I don't think you can teach creativity, but you can teach people how to set themselves up where they have the greatest chance of their own creativity emerging.
Right, and part of that is being set apart, right? Like, creating a wall around you so that you have to contemplate the blank page.
Because when you are everyone who writes, and I primarily know writers rather than musicians, everyone who writes will tell you that an interruption probably costs you 10 minutes. There have been 2 research, one said 15, one said 23 minutes. But because you're building something up in your mind, where character's here, he has to do that, she's over there trying to stop him, this has happened, someone else has just come in, and then somebody comes in. There's a Python sketch about this and says, Ludwig, Mrs. Beethoven says, Ludwig, do you know where the sugar bowl is? And the whole thing collapses. So when they leave, you have to go back and recreate all this, because otherwise you can't go on. That's why they're so dangerous. And what I used to hate was, I'm so old, when I had a telephone but not an answering machine. You see what I mean? Because you always, any time it rang, you thought this might be important. And it never was.
No. You famously, you talk a lot about, and you've written about collaborating, particularly with Graham Chapman, who he was the best collaborator and the worst collaborator.
Yes, that's right.
Can you talk a little bit about your experiences with him and also the role of having somebody to bounce ideas off of?
Well, when you start as a comedian or as a comic writer, the great fear is this funny? Because you don't know, you don't have enough experience. You think, well, I think it's funny. Will anyone else? The extraordinary thing about Chapman was that if he laughed, and I discovered the audience was going to laugh. So the biggest single problem was solved by this. It was the perfect litmus test. If what I said was funny and he laughed, we put it down. That was wonderful. But I was in the engine room driving it forward. And I think in a way, Chapman was creative, but the trouble is I was too critical and analytical, and he was so dreamy that he was always off the wall and saying ridiculous things. The combination of us worked well because what some people forget about a team is you want lots of people with different skills, not lots with the same skill.
Talk a bit in your creative experiences, the role of drugs and alcohol, which, bedevils creative people, particularly comedians, musicians, writers. Chapman obviously had a real problem with the bottle, but did that also fuel some of his genius as well? What about you?
I don't think
do you use any performance-enhancing drugs
money, I think.
Okay. Very nice.
But for some reason, I think it was coming to do with my father. I've never been addictive, except to very small things like food. And the awful thing about getting older is food tastes better. It's just wonderful. I eat nothing else now.
What is the role of...
But you did ask about it, and I think there is an interesting answer here. You see, I think that a lot of creative people are more in touch with their unconscious, which is where their creativity is coming from. But if your threshold is a little more porous, it may be that unconscious stuff of the more Freudian kind can come up. Maybe that's why the wonderful ideas can come up, but they have to come up with the stuff that would be better kept down.
Right.
So I think that's quite often why people, yes, I think that's right. And I think the other thing is that creativity is all about getting out of a rut. You see, if you're under any kind of pressure, you will always resort to stereotypical thinking. You see what I mean? You'll go back. There was a Canadian psychoneurologist called Donald Bem, I think.
I think you're just making that up now, but please continue.
I'll get the name sooner or later if they'll wait. Donald Bem or something like that. And he said neurons that fire together, wire together. In other words, if you create in thinking a neural pathway, then, and you do that a few more times, it becomes the pathway. Right. It's just like wiring it. And I think there's a very good parallel with this. Somebody once said it's a bit like hiring a little house in the summer for a holiday for a month. And you go into the house and you think, oh, this is great. You go to the back garden and the grass is this high, but there's a little shed over there, and you think, I wonder what's in the shed. So you make your way through, and you get to the shed, oh, I didn't know that would be there. And then when you come back, you don't come back by a different path, do you? Because this is already easier. So you come back the same path. And whenever you go to the shed, you go by that path. Well, what else is in the grass? You see, you never get to explore it. So the question, how do you get out of the rut? How do you get out of the wiring and get out of the rut and look around in the grass?
By the same time, in your work on creativity, you also talk about the need for expertise or knowledge, that once you've mastered a subject, that's when you really know how to play with it.
Yes, that's right.
So it's, it's a balance.
Einstein didn't come up with relativity the year he finished studying maths at school. You've got to do this enormous amount of work in some businesses, you know. As a mathematician, I think they have a terribly short period when they're at their best. Am I right?
Yeah.
Somewhere about 26.
I believe it, they peak early.
They peak incredibly early.
Unlike comedians and journalists. We just keep getting better and better.
Oh, much better, much better. Let's not bother with that one.
Okay. Let's talk about the enemies of creativity. You mentioned, it's kind of the educational system in a broad way. It doesn't facilitate it. Wokeism is an issue that you've talked about. Why does political correctness or wokeism, how does that stifle creativity?
Because it's the internal interruption that I was talking about. You think of an idea, and you immediately think, ooh, is that going to get me into trouble? Well, that person that happened on last Thursday got away with it. All that stuff, which immediately stops you being creative.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing that's wrong about it.
What percentage of your oeuvre do you think would be inadmissible or not permitted?
Well, it changes unpredictably. I mean, in my day, there was an enormous explosion in England. I think it was 1962, when Kenneth Tynan, who was our best theatre critic, deliberately used the word fuck.
I don't care what you're doing. You need to stop and listen to this interview.
Listen to...
When Kenneth Tynan, who was our best theatre critic, deliberately used the word fuck. And there was, it was nuclear.
After that, the deluge.
Yeah, and now I can say fuck, and one or two people might twitch. Most people aren't bothered by it at all, but that was the
I'm a little bit excited, I have to
Sorry, shut up. Put me off.
But then there are many other words.
Well, there's the N-word. Now, just consider this situation. If I actually pronounce the N-word today, which I'm not going to, relax. It's all right, it'll be okay, okay? But if I did, it would be in the papers tomorrow. Now, how useful is that? What I think that the woke people, I think they miss something quite badly. The meaning of a word depends on its context. If I use sarcasm, then what I'm meaning is the opposite of the words I'm actually saying. And irony is like that. If you don't get irony, then if you take it seriously, you completely misunderstand the intention of the writer or speaker.
We seem to be, some people said after 9/11 that irony was dead, but it seems like it probably died. To the extent it died earlier in people who will say that's not funny, no matter what, because they focus on the words rather than the meaning or the context.
That's right, they focus on the words, and it's what matters. So, I actually talk about this in my stage act, but I say, if teasing is done with affection, I mean, just now I said, oh, shut up to you. But everybody smiled because they knew it was done with affection, and as a joke. If that was reported tomorrow in the Hollywood Reporter, that I'd said that to you without any giving of context, it would look as though I was being very rude and unpleasant. You see what I mean? And my daughter was talking about this at 3 o'clock when we did a show at the Southwest Festival. And it was a love-in. I mean, I don't know when I've had so much fun on stage. We had a fellow who was Puerto Rican, we had someone who was African American, we had someone who was Jewish, we had a Scot.
Oh my God.
All the minorities.
They're letting anybody in South by Southwest. And
an old white Englishman, and we were teasing each other and saying the most terrible things. And there was an atmosphere, I mean this seriously, not just of laughter, but almost of joy at the freedom of it. Yeah. And then the Hollywood Reporter went back and quoted a couple of lines without giving any context at all. And then there was about 2 weeks of criticism and everyone getting out of it. Why? What are they getting out of it? I mean, there are people sitting there who are deliberately waiting for the thrill of being offended.
Do you think that is that actually growing as a broad sentiment? And what is driving that?
I don't know. I think an awful lot of the things that are happening at the moment is that there's the thing that scares human beings more than anything else, I mean, other than someone coming at them with a knife, is change. I wrote a couple of books, or helped a psychiatrist to write a number of books, and he told me about the stress chart, where various actuaries working for insurance companies have discovered very, enormous amount of research has gone into this because it's hugely important to know when people are going to die if you're doing life insurance. And they studied, well, I think losing your spouse, let's call that 100. And then there's losing your job, which is 80-something. And then it goes all the way down. Then you get to Christmas, which is 18, Getting married is about 40. Because although getting married seems to be a good thing, it's a huge change. Now, the most extraordinary thing was, if you have a reduction in the number of rows you have every month with your wife, that costs you 35 points. And if you have an increase in the number of rows that you have with your wife, that costs you 35 points.
You have explained my relationship with my ex-wife. Thank you. I spent a lot of years in therapy.
How many ex-wives, Nate?
I just have the one.
Really?
Yes.
You lucky.
So the rumors are all false.
I've got 3.
And are you done, or are you?
No, I got a nice one.
Well,
I married Americans 3 times, so I learned my lesson eventually.
Yeah. Very good. Wokeism, though, is certainly not the only enemy of creativity. So we talked about maybe teachers or an education system. You have talked about how kind of what sometimes are called the suits, or the people, the money people, running entertainment industries or things like that. How do they inhibit creativity?
Because everything they want is the opposite of what the creative people want. They want clarity. Business people, by and large, are very stressed because they're trying to control everything, especially things that they can't really control. And if you talk to body workers like therapists or like physiotherapists or
prostitutes,
I don't know. I should ask them. Interesting. Very interesting. I think they help a lot, actually.
Body workers with stress.
But if you go to chiropractors or osteopaths or any of these people, they will tell you that the hardest people to work on are business people.
Because they're tight.
Because they're trying to control the process even when they're being massaged. Whereas the easiest people to work on are the creative people because they're used to just letting things happen without trying to control them. You see, when you're playing with your imagination, you shouldn't be trying to control it. You're just seeing where it takes you because there's no such thing as a mistake.
So, but then, you're not kind of Allen Ginsberg, first thought, best thought, right? You have that. Can you talk a little bit about how you go from, getting things out there that you're talking about, and then how do you kind of revise it down into something
when I did Fish Called Wanda, which is the best film I ever wrote, I did, thank you.
The all-electric Lexus RZ is equipped with state-of-the-art technology, including an integrated touchscreen with standard Apple CarPlay.
I ever wrote. I did. Thank you. Thank you.
That must, by the way, obviously your whole life is like this, but that movie came out in 1987. Yeah, and it's still getting a massive response. That must feel wonderful.
Yes. Yeah, it does. It is very, very nice when people say to me, thank you for making me laugh. It always makes me feel good. Because laughter's good, I'll tell you when I realized this. I was at the Sarajevo Film Festival, and they were talking about the period when they were under siege. The Serbs up in the hills, because Sarajevo's in a valley, they were lobbing shells down, and they had snipers, telescopic, shooting people crossing the street. And what they did was, they found an underground garage and they converted it into a cinema. And when it got dark, they would all go to this cinema and watch comedy films. A lot of Monty Python, they told me, but a lot of comedy films. And by the end, when they left the cinema, they felt better. Now, nothing had changed. Do you see what I mean? Nothing had changed, but they felt better. They could cope with it better. And that's when they told me that, I suddenly realized that laughter really helps us. It takes us to a part of our mind where we're probably healthier than we are at any other time. And it's this thing about laughing at yourself. I'm not so sure that the Wokes would ever laugh at themselves, no matter how hilarious they are.
When Monty Python originally ran from 1968 to
69 to 73 or 4, and then we started making movies.
Right. And we have some audience questions about the movies I want to ask you. But how was it received? Because that was a tough time for Britain, right? And so you were kind of Britain, not quite Sarajevo, but something like that. Did people appreciate it, or how many people were outraged by it because you were making fun of everything great about Britain?
Some people. I mean, my mother didn't get it, and a lot of the BBC executives didn't get it. I'm not kidding you. There was a meeting after 4 or 5 of the shows had been transmitted. There was a meeting of the heads of department, head of drama, head of news, head of documentaries, they all had a meeting, about 9 of them. And I think I'm right saying 6 or 7 of them basically said this Python thing isn't any good and we should cancel it. So something like three quarters of the top program makers in England thought that it should be discontinued. Now, I've been up against that all my life because the people in charge don't know what they're doing. But this is much more important. They have no idea what they're doing, but they have no idea that they have no idea what they're doing. And that's the dangerous bit.
In your creativity book, you quote William Goldman, the screenwriter, who among many, he wrote Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid and All the President's Men, among many, many.
And the one he was most proud of was Princess Bride.
Right. Yeah, which was based on his own novel, and but he's famous for saying in Hollywood nobody knows anything.
That's right.
But they all act as if they do.
Well, that's right, and that was, I think that was 1980s he wrote that, but I now have a speech which is called Why There Is No Hope, because when I was writing with this therapist, I got to know him very well, and I said to him, how many people in your profession really know what they're doing? And he said about 10%.
Wow.
And after that, because I was so intrigued by that, every time I met someone who I suspected was particularly good, I would say to them, how many people in your... The highest I ever got was 20%. Mostly it was 10 to 15, 1 or 2 people who went as low as 5. But that means that 10 out of 15% of the people don't, know what they're doing, and 85% don't.
Right.
But why don't the 85% get better? Because they don't know they need to. They think they're good already. You see what I mean? And if you think you're good enough already, you're not learning.
Right, you talk about overconfidence being another enemy of creativity.
Oh, terrible. I mean, when people know things for sure, there's very few things I know for sure.
This sounds like did you encounter Friedrich Hayek's work at all at Cambridge, the economist?
No, he was an economist.
Yes, so you steered clear of economists.
It was described as the dismal science when I was there.
I see. Okay. And it remains, but he had a similar pretense to knowledge. Well, let me ask you a couple of audience questions. These were culled from thousands. These are the best of the bunch. The first one is, was the parrot dead, resting, or pining for the fjords?
Definitely deceased.
Okay.
He was no more. He had ceased to be.
If we may ask another Monty Python question, what was your most memorable Monty Python moment? And did you know that the movie The Holy Grail would have an instant cult following, particularly among college students?
No, we had no idea. And that's one of the things that I have learned, which you really never know whether something is going to work or not. And Steve Martin once said something to me which reflected my experience, but he's made many more films than I have. He said, when you start showing a film, a very strange thing happens. It seems as though the audiences are beginning to like it more and more, or less and less. Isn't that weird? Very weird. So you don't know. And sometimes I write a line which I think is terribly, terribly funny. Like I say about my mother that she suffered from omniphobia. That was, you name it, she had a morbid dread of it. And then I say, actually, it's not quite true. I never saw her frightened by a loaf of bread. You see, you get a little laugh.
Yeah, but not as much as you
No, but and then I wrote another line saying in her life, she lived to 101, her life spanned the entire 20th century. And then I list from the assassination of the First World War, Hitler, Stalin, and all this, as she lived through it all without really noticing any of it. When I wrote that, I thought it was amusing. That's the one that gets the laugh. So
what has been your biggest disappointment? Because you also, in the creativity book, you talk about how it's not enough to have ideas, you have to test them, you have to put them out in the world to test them.
You know, my daughter once said to me that being a comedian is like being a bullfighter. And I said, what are you talking about? And she says, well, you get such immediate feedback on your performance.
But it's kind of right.
Well, if you do that, you see, you go out there, Nick, on Monday and do a joke you like, and the audience doesn't laugh, and you say, what a load of ignorant rednecks. Then Tuesday they don't laugh, and you can still blame the audience. By Wednesday, you've decided it may not be as funny as you thought. So you're always checking it against the audience reaction, because if it doesn't make them laugh and it's intended to, you're getting something wrong with them.
A question here. How would critics and media respond to The Life of Brian if it was released today rather than 45 years ago, almost 45 years ago?
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't. I mean, it caused a big, big fuss at the time. When it opened in New York, we were condemned by the liberal Jews and one of the other three Jewish things. And then we were condemned by the Calvinists, the Catholics, the Lutherans, altogether 7 churches.
Who all hated each other.
Hated each other. They all told their followers, do not go to this film, the central message of which is think for yourself. But you're right, because Eric said, we've accomplished something very good. It's the first time in 500 years they've been able to agree on anything.
So it is, I have to say, I was in high school. I went to a Catholic high school in New Jersey, and I took a bunch of my friends to go see Life of Brian. And it got back to the parents, it got back to my principal, and you owe me a rosary. I was told that if I wanted to stay in school, I had to say the rosary. So
really?
I have beef with you over that. I guess we're out of time, but can I ask a final question? Yeah. Is there any way to make politics funny?
You mean funnier?
Oh, fair enough.
Thank you for that. I think the great problem is this, that people, this is going to sound very profound. I'm going to like it. People don't understand the difference between solemnity and seriousness. Now, we can have a perfectly serious chat like we've had now. We're taking things seriously and answering it the best of it, but it's not been solemn. So people think that anything with fun or humor is not serious. No, it's not solemn. You can always have a serious discussion with humor. And because people don't realize the difference, they think that anyone who's a little bit humorous is kind of lacks gravity. Do you see what I mean? And I think that's very sad. I once worked with a wonderful director called Jonathan Miller, and I was doing a Shakespeare with him, and somebody said to him, what do you feel about doing about doing a comedy, a Shakespeare comedy? And he said, well, comedy was good enough for Shakespeare, and it was good enough for Mozart, so it's good enough for me. And I think that that's generally forgotten. People want, you know, some of the guys you have, you know, particularly to me in the Republican Party, they project ruggedness to the exclusion of everything else. You know, I mean, Mike Pence could have been carved out of wood. You know, you never noticed the difference, you know, but he was serious and has gravity and... All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, John.
We locate the wives and daughters of these high-value targets, and we place an operative close to them.
Question one. Thanks for doing the podcast. I really appreciate it. I wanted to start with a question, but actually you've just raised something before we started about freedom of speech, and something that happened to you recently, and it sounds like it's important to talk about. So how do you feel the freedom of speech is for us in society, and what do you think's wrong about it? What do you want to change about it?
Well, I'd like to have some. I think that would be a good start.
Well, you can say what you want here. So.
You see, the thing is that what is freedom of speech? It's the freedom to speak. So I read a politician today saying, I agree with freedom of speech, but there are limits. Well, there's no freedom of speech then. Freedom of speech is the freedom to speak. If anyone's not allowed to speak, then it's not freedom of speech, it's freedom to conform to certain parameters of what are acceptable. And then what that's doing is giving power to some authority to decide what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. And as we see, and we're seeing it massively now, once you give that power to an authority, it then starts interpreting what can and cannot be said in a way that squeezes and squeezes and squeezes more and more of what cannot be said. This is what political correctness is about. What is political correctness? It's simply manipulating the target population to silence itself, so those in authority don't have to. It's ridiculous. Now, people say, well, you say that people can say anything. Well, yes, I do, and I'll tell you why. There are laws against incitement to racism, incitement to hatred, incitement to violence. There are laws against that.
Are they laws you agree with?
Yeah, and if people use their freedom of speech to incite those things, then there are laws to deal with that, and those laws should deal with it. What I'm saying is, once you start censoring freedom of speech at the point of delivery, or even more sinister, before the point of delivery, by banning people from the right to have access to the communication networks or speak in public, that is what the fascists do. What did fascists do in Nazi Germany? What does any tyranny do? It wants to silence those that are exposing the tyranny and have a different version of events to the tyranny. So what did the Nazis do? They burnt the books. They banned the meetings of people who were exposing the Nazis. And now in this inverted world, we have people who call themselves progressives, and they seem to have this extraordinary self-delusion that progressive mentality has something to do with being liberal, when it's not. It's the opposite of liberal. They are the ones that claim to be wanting people to be inclusive and to have diversity.
But maybe on their terms.
When they're destroying diversity, and they have become the new tyranny. They have become the new Nazis. And so
that sounds quite a strong thing to say.
Well, it's actually what I'm saying here is, if you look at what this progressive mentality is doing in silencing people and deciding in their arrogance what people can and cannot say and what opinion they can and cannot have. You look at what the Nazis did. You look at what the communist Soviet Union did in terms of freedom of speech, and you'd show me the difference between them. There is none. And it's this self-deluded arrogance which goes like this. I am right, therefore anyone who says something different must therefore be wrong, and by definition, because they are wrong and I am right, their freedom of speech to be wrong doesn't need to be taken into account. That's how the mentality goes. What I say is, I don't agree with them, I don't agree with them, I don't agree with them. I do agree with them. But I don't want to silence any of them. Because are we so immature that we can't hear different opinions? Even those we don't like, sits back in amazement, horrified, call the police, and make our own judgments on what's being said and the validity of it. Do we not have the maturity to put forward another counter-argument, which, if we are confident in what we're saying, will demolish that which we don't agree with? Anyone that wants to silence people rather than argue their case can't have much confidence in their own case, surely. And once you go down this road of giving authority the right to decide what can be said, what opinions can be had, you are in a tyranny, and that's where we're going now. But it's bigger than that, because it's not just political correctness. You can't say this, you can't say that, you must say that. It's also the fact that humanity has been hoaxed on a monumental scale in relation to freedom of expression and freedom of information. And it's been done out of an area that I call the Devil's Playground. It's better known as Silicon Valley. What's happened is, when you do the research, intelligence organizations like the CIA in the United States, the National Security Agency, and the Pentagon through an organization called DARPA, the technological development arm of the Pentagon, they began seed funding technology and companies to develop what has become now known as the Internet.
2 different routines on snot-covered laundry. One will be disinfected.
Wait, what?
Adding Lysol laundry.
And an outgrowth of that, what became known as social media, and the search engine technology, which eventually became known as Google, all those were seed funded by this military intelligence network. And when they were selling it, because you can't show something's real face at the start, otherwise people will reject it and it won't get anywhere. You have to put another face to the world. So it was Google. Oh yeah, Google, yeah, we just go to search engine, we can find what we like, that's great, hey. And social media, oh, you post to your friends, you can say what you like, there's no censorship, isn't it great? And then it builds, and then it builds, and then it builds, and now you've reached a point now with Facebook where it claims 2.2 billion active users in a global population of 7.5 billion. You have this 90% monopoly on search engines, searches of Google. You have YouTube, which has got basically a monopoly on the posting of internet videos, which is owned by Google. And once this monopolistic situation was reached, then they started saying, okay, now we've got this much control, we're going to start deciding what you see and what you don't see. It's fishing line out. Oh, isn't it great? Yeah, say what you like, you know, no censorship. Ooh, gotcha. And so we now have Facebook that is systematically censoring information outside of the official narrative. We have this situation with Facebook and Twitter now, which is known as ghost banning, which they do to me, which is you post it, but all the people that would like to see it, and I've liked or followed, would like to see it, they don't see it. Only a few of them see it. The vast majority don't see it because of ghost banning. They just don't circulate it. And you now have, as blatant as can be, YouTube is just deleting large and greater all the time numbers of channels that are presenting a different narrative to the official one across the swathe of subjects that are just being deleted. They're just being deleted without any explanation. Just that you've broken our guidelines. What guidelines? Well, he's doing something different, something the same rather, and he's not breaking your guidelines. But oh, hold on a minute, he's saying the official narrative is true, and you were going to ask, why is it happening? Well, it's happening because I've been talking for 30 years and writing for 30 years. There are very few people control the world. Very few people. People will be staggered how few.
How many?
Well, I'm going to come to that in terms of it's fewer now than ever before, and why. But a lot of people have said in response to that, a few people can't control the world. There's too many people. It's not possible. Well, now we have a handful of people, which you could probably get on 10 fingers, or 2 hands, yeah, that control Google, control YouTube, owned by Google, control Facebook, that absolutely dominate the information that most people see or don't see. We have a concentration of power in Silicon Valley, a very small area of the world, that is the greatest concentration of surveillance and censorship power the world has ever seen. They can decide what you see and what you don't see, and they can trawl your data, in other words, the military intelligence community can, to find out the fine detail of your life from the information that you've posted on these various platforms. So that's what we're facing in terms of freedom of speech. It's disappearing. In fact, it doesn't exist. There is no freedom of speech. By the definition of freedom of speech is the freedom to speak your opinion and not have it censored and not have it banned.
So this happened to you, didn't it, at one of your talks where they tried to close it down?
Well, they always try to close my talks down.
You don't think that
and when I say they, I'm talking about a ridiculously few people. We've reached the point now where there is a global network of ultra-Zionist groups that answer to Israel and the Netanyahu regime currently, who are targeting anyone who is in any way questioning the fact that Israel is not God's gift to humanity in every last thing that it does. This does not only include the general population. The ones they focused most on are Jewish people. Jewish people who are questioning the Israeli treatment of the Palestinians, which is horrific, are being targeted by these ultra-Zionist hate groups. I say hate groups because their modus operandi is to get the public to hate their targets, to silence them. And it's extraordinary how easy it is. I'll tell you how easy it is with me. They go to, and I'm talking a ridiculously few people that don't represent the Jewish community at all, just claim to. They'll go to a venue and they'll say, this man, Ike, he's going to come and say, it's all the Jews, he's anti-Semitic, he's a racist, he's going to say the Jews are doing this, the Jews are doing that. I ain't said any of that. The venue does not then come to me and say, look, these people are saying you're going to say this. And I'd say, look, go on my website and you'll see a video, a 10-hour talk that I've been doing for the last 2 years. Show me where there's any anti-Semitism or racism in it. Quite the opposite, because what I'm saying is, ironically, we need to put down these irrelevant manufactured fault lines of race and religion and culture and color that divide us, and realize that we're actually all one consciousness having different experiences, and that we've got caught in the illusion that the experiences of who we are when we are that consciousness that's having the experiences. So I am presenting what you could easily call the ultimate non-racist view of life, because I say race is a nonsense and an irrelevance. And
this changes everything we know about tinnitus. Neurologists have found that tinnitus wipes your
view of life, because I say race is a nonsense and an irrelevance and an illusion. Same with all of it, religion. But the venues never check. They just say, oh, well, okay, we're not going to have him then. Yeah. Saying that, even though he's not going to say it, and they cancel the event. Now, when a venue says to these people who orchestrate emails and letters, all orchestrated, same few people every time, the venue says, no, hold on, freedom of speech, mate. We're not having, no, he's going to be allowed to speak. What they then do is up the ante. They start saying to the venue, well, these are the consequences for you if you do this or whatever. And then some of them go to the police and they say, oh, this could be very, very dangerous to the audience and the staff, because there's going to be big protests against this person. And the police in Leicestershire, one of them, the guy that handled it, was a counter-terrorist officer, right? You're laughing. So did I. So I went to meet this guy. They go to the venue, right? And they say, he's got danger to the staff, danger to the audience, and one of the things they said to the venue was, well, they could damage your reputation, right? I'm thinking, now I thought the police were there to defend freedom of speech, not persuade a bloody venue that it'd be better in their interest if they destroyed it, right? So anyway, that's what happened. And we got a meeting, and I went up to Leicester, and I met this counter-terrorism officer. God help us if that's counter-terrorism's level of operation. And I met this other guy from Leicester City Council. And the first thing I said to him, I gave them the email sent to us from the venue, laying out what these two had told the venue. And I said to them, can you confirm that what is being said by the venue here happened, and that's what you did? They agreed. So I knew what the interaction had been. So then I said to them, name me one book of mine that you've ever read. Silence. So I said, okay, name me one public event of mine that you've ever attended. Silence. Then I said, well, now name me one event anywhere in the world, and I've been right round the world in the last 2 years. Any event in the last 2 years on this world tour where one single person has ever protested. Silence. Reason? A, they couldn't answer because they're not checked. And secondly, not one has ever protested. But all it's taken is for people to contact the venue, or in this case contact the police as well, tell absolute lies about what I'm saying, and they destroy freedom of speech and someone's A, ability to speak in public, and B, the people to take the choice to listen. That was a sold-out event in Leicester, my hometown. And then what these ultra-Zionist hate groups do is they then contact the media when a venue cancels because of them, and they say, the event's been cancelled because the venue realised he's a Holocaust denier and an anti-Semite. Of course, the media then repeat that, and you see a headline like Holocaust denier David Icke's event cancelled. And when this has appeared on these mainstream news sites on the internet, I've contacted them, every single one. I don't usually, but in this case you have to. And I've said, before I call my lawyers, would you please send me the evidence you have to support that headline? In every single case bar none, they take it down in minutes, because they have done. All they've done is repeated what these ultra-Zionist hate groups have said. And what we are now seeing, and there's been a number of examples this week as we speak, is more and more Jewish people are coming out and saying to about these hate groups, you don't speak for us. There's one guy on the internet, the story that was broke today, a Jewish man who did a video on YouTube, basically saying to these ultra-Zionist hate groups, I'm Jewish and you don't speak for me. In fact, you're causing anti-Semitism by what you're doing. He had his video deleted, right? So when you've got Jewish people speaking out against Israel and the Israeli government, that's really bad, because it's very hard to paint them as racist against Jews when they are Jews. So they are targeted even more fiercely by these ultra-Zionist hate groups than people who aren't Jewish. And their freedom of speech is disappearing. And what we need to do is come together, all of us who are being blatantly defamed and misrepresented by these groups. And they are very few in number, but very well funded. And jointly expose what they're doing, because they are destroying freedom of speech in an ever-gathering way, week after week after week. And if it goes on, there will be no body who can speak in public and challenge the official narrative, because they'll all be banned. That's where we're going.
And do you think, because I've noticed on Facebook with some of the changes in algorithm and the reduction of the reach and the Cambridge Analytica and all that, I think people are starting to get a bit pissed off with it now. And there's, I mean, look, some of the things you're saying, I know you're talking about certain races, religions, etc. But I just see a lot of people online going, wait a minute now, you're censoring sometimes, but just, I know a lot of my posts, they go to 1% of my audience.
Yeah, exactly.
These are people that found me for the last 10 years that want to follow me. And I've built this over time.
This is the Ghost Banning
Facebook group, and if it's not in the format that they want, you know, so like video, they'll do it. But you know, So do you think people are like, had enough now?
Oh, they're getting sick of it.
In the beginning, after a great devastation,
people are like, had enough now.
Oh, they're getting sick of it. Of course, they're getting sick of it as they begin to understand the scale of it and where this ultimately is going to lead, which will be silencing any dissent whatsoever. That's what it's all about. And you know what sickens me more than anything else about these ultra-Zionist hate groups is that they are exploiting. I mean, it almost is incomprehensible to think that they are exploiting what happened to Jewish people in Nazi Germany. Something I'm supposed to be denying according to them. They are exploiting the horrors of what happened to Jewish people in Nazi Germany, and others, by the way, to pursue an agenda of silencing dissent today. That is beyond sickening, turns my stomach. And they need to be called out on it. Because, you know, in terms of me, they've taken on the wrong guy. Because I don't give a damn what people think of me. But I do give a damn about people having a right to have an opinion, even if I don't agree with it. And a lot of people, when they're faced with this, they run or they give up.
Why don't you? What drives you, David?
Well, if you give up, what you have researched for 30 years to understand what the end game is will happen unchallenged. So giving up is just absolutely not an option. when people try to silence me, I just run at them even quicker. And if you don't give up, and you speak your truth, and you're not spewing out hatred and all this other stuff, but you're talking about the need to love each other and the need to put down the fault lines that divide us, then it's a power in itself which true hatred, which is that trying to silence you, can't cope with. You know, when true hatred, like these ultra-Zionist hate groups, come into conflict with true hatred, which is some of these far-right operations, then that's a different dynamic, because that's hate fighting hate. But when hate's trying to silence, or hate trying to silence hate, but when hate's trying to silence someone who's trying to articulate our hatred is how we got into this mess, how allowing the fault lines to divide us is how we got into this mess. And that dynamic is different. And that's why they struggle with me. Because I'm not saying what they claim I'm saying, and they can't make that stand up, therefore, to any proper examination. And that's why they will never debate with me. I've offered to debate with them. I said to them, I will debate all of you together, just me, no problem. They won't do it. Because let me tell you another quick story to show how far this has gone and how disgusting it is. I had a book launch of my new book, Everything You Need to Know But Have Never Been Told. And the first book launch was in Edinburgh, and they tried to stop that. And the owner of the venue, who'd spent a lot of time in Israel, by the way, got a barrister to look through my work to see if what was being claimed by these hate groups was true. He rightly concluded it wasn't. It went ahead. Brilliant. No problem. Spoke in London a few days later at the Troxy venue in London. And again, they tried to stop it, but the owner knew what I was saying, knew what they were claiming was a nonsense. It went ahead. It was great. In fact, there were some people there from these hate groups who heard what I said, saw that it absolutely wasn't racist, but they completely ignored that. On the Friday of the same week, I was due to speak in Manchester. First of all, I was due to speak before at the Lowry Hotel in Manchester as a book launch. All going well, booking taken. These hate groups eventually lie through their teeth to the Lowry, and the Lowry panic and say, oh, we're going to cancel. Then there was a second one, which was some museum. And then they did the same. And then we went to Manchester United, Old Trafford, and explained to them what's been happening. And the people at Manchester United, in the conference area anyway, said, oh, no, we're Manchester United. We don't back down to them, to intimidation, no problem. So it went on, On the Thursday afternoon, with the event on the Friday, with people coming from long distances, and a lot of the people are going to be there, Manchester United supporters at this book launch. It was a dinner. On the Thursday afternoon, my son Jamie, who organises all this stuff, was in conversation with Manchester United for the final arrangements. Next morning, when these ultra-Zionist hate groups got wind of where the venue was going to be, because we kept it quiet because of what happens, they contact Manchester United. They contact the local Labour MP for the Manchester United area called Kate Green, who's virtue signalling in all directions. She contacts Kick It Out, this anti-racist group in football, and together they pressure Manchester United to pull the event on the morning it was happening. Never mind all those people that had bought tickets for this dinner. Never mind there were people who his birthday present for. No matter there were lots of Man United supporters among them. Cancel it. Now, here's a question. What does Kate Green, Labour MP, know about what I'm saying? Nothing. Only what the hate groups told her. What did Kick It Out know about what I'm saying? Nothing. Only what the hate groups told them. This is how easy it is to destroy freedom of speech. And I'll tell you. Freedom of speech. And I'll tell you one other thing about Manchester. In early 2017, I was due to do an all-day event at the Manchester O2 Apollo. Again, a sellout. And these hate groups approached the Apollo to cancel. Now, fortunately, I have spoken at a number of venues of the same chain. They know what I'm saying. They know the kind of people that come along, and they know what happens. So, of course, they said no. So, and it went ahead. So, what this, one of these groups, they're called the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism. This is the worst. It was launched right in the middle of the last Israeli bombardment of Gaza, when the British public were appalled about the slaughter that was going on. And they said to the audience that came to the event, email us with the anti-Semitism and make a complaint to us, and then we'll take it further. Well, of course, there was none. So what the audience did was email them with copies to me, saying, actually, he said the opposite. He said we need to love each other and put down the fault lines that divide us, like race and religion. What the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism then did, is called the CAA, is ignore those emails, ignore what the audience said that I spoke about, and went to the subsequent venues and told them the same that they told the Manchester venue and previous venues about what I'm going to say. That's the disingenuous manipulation that's going on. And like I say, some of the biggest the people that had the biggest consequences from this are Jewish people. And we have to stop running away from these things, running away from talking about them, and just speak the facts. Because if we don't face this, then this grotesque misrepresentation is going to destroy freedom of speech for everybody, because that's what it's meant to do.
Okay, so is there a paradox going on here? I realise my need for Facebook and YouTube in getting my message out there, and sometimes feel a bit wronged. Maybe not as strongly as you, but certainly I do feel that my reach is getting artificially reduced. So you sell millions of books. You know, you've got 750,000 followers, I think, on Facebook.
I'll stop you there.
Okay, no, please.
3 years ago, I had about 750,000 followers on Facebook.
Yeah.
All these years later, with interest in my work exploding, I have about 750,000 followers on Facebook.
So something's going on there, you think?
That's the algorithms at work and how the suppression operates.
Yeah. And how do you deal with inside or balance this paradox of these being a great platform for you to get your message and your work out to the world, yet feeling controlled and limited by them?
Well, it's.
I'm going to take notes myself here because I feel the same thing.
Well,
so.
it's a simple reply, really. First of all, they're becoming less and less of a good platform as the suppression contracts what is getting circulated. But you use the system to expose the system, because the system has the networks of communication. So as best, and dominates them. So as best you can, you have to use the system to expose the system. But in terms of entrepreneurs, and it is starting to happen, you know, what do they say? What's that line? Necessity is the mother of invention, old saying. Entrepreneurs, if you like, who are genuine, who believe in freedom of speech, they have a fantastic opportunity here and can make an enormous contribution to human freedom. by developing platforms, not least video platforms, and developing communication platforms to replace these system-controlled operations, so that we don't have to use the system to bring the system down only. We have our own free platforms, non-censored platforms that can communicate it. And the more then that you have censorship and suppression in the official media networks, the more people will gravitate towards those that are censorship free. And it will become counterproductive then for the corporate giants in Silicon Valley to go down the road they're going, because they'll just be replaced. Because there is, I mean, I've been on this journey now for nearly 30 years. When I started out, no one wanted to know. I was just laughed at in the street and everything. On this world tour, speaking tour, since the summer of 2016, all over the world, literally, I have seen a dramatic transformation, both in the numbers of people that want to look at the world in another way and see that maybe this official narrative is not exactly how it is or anything like it is. And not only that, the kind of people within the system, people that a few years ago you thought, well, they'd never be, in a position to think differently or question, but they are. There is a changing awareness going on that the world is not like they thought it was, and the system has told them from cradle since they were born to how things are. Because when you look at a human life, it is a download of the official version of everything. That's what it is. This is why vast numbers of people have no other filter for their view of reality, self, world events, than the information they receive from the mainstream media and mainstream everything. You know, you come out of the womb and your parents who've been through the process that you're about to go through, the programming process, they start influencing your perceptions of reality. Overwhelmingly, the vast overwhelming majority, not because they're being malevolent, but that they've been persuaded that their version of everything is true. Therefore, they're passing on to you because they think they're doing the best for you. You then go into what's called the education system. It's a perceptual programming operation. It's psychological warfare on the young. And from the age of 3, 4, right up through your formative years into your teenage years, day after day after day after day, you are being given the official version of everything. Official version of science, of medicine, of politics, of everything, all the way through your formative years. And it's what I call the postage stamp consensus. It's a very narrow band of possibility. And if you're going to pass exams, you have to tell the system that postage stamp perception of possibility that you've been told is reality. Otherwise, you're not going to pass your exams. Because what are exams? It's the system saying, you tell me what I've told you, and I'll give you a prize. You tell me what I've not told you, because you've got a mind of your own and you're questioning it, and I'll ring your mum and dad and say you're a disruptive influence in the classroom. Right? And we'll see what Ritalin will do to that. Right? This happens all over the world. And then, having downloaded this program of perception of normal, the postage stamp reality, you then go out into the institutions. You become a journalist, a doctor, a scientist, someone in the corporate world, a politician. And you've taken with you this core download of the perception of normal and how things are. And so these institutions are all controlled by this perception, and then they confirm to each other this perception's true. If you're a scientist and you don't stick to the scientific orthodoxy, then you lose your grants and you become ridiculed by your profession. If you're a doctor and you don't go along with the orthodoxy, you lose the right to practice, even though it might be very effective what you're doing. If you're a journalist, you won't last long if you go against the orthodoxy. And then all underpinning this you've got peer pressure. All the people who've been through the sausage machine that you've been through, who have decided that they will accept that version of normal, they then police everyone else that wants to question that normal. So you're ridiculed or condemned by your peers if you question what they have accepted without question. And I've used this analogy a number of times. I think it's very accurate. We laugh at sheep because sheep follow the one in front and follow the shepherd. One shepherd. Follow the shepherd, and anyone that goes out of line, the sheepdog's there, woof, woof, fear, fear, fear. We laugh at sheep. Oh, sheep, they're so stupid. Humans have out-sheep the sheep. We've dispensed with the bloody sheepdog. We keep each other in line by ridicule and condemnation for the crime of being different or questioning the norm. And how has anything ever moved forward in the entirety of human history, ironically? People questioning the norm. Because if you don't question the norm, you go into an eddy or vortex. You go round and round and round, and nothing moves on and nothing expands. But that's the idea. You cannot control a population of critical thinking, free-thinking people, questioning people, in the way that you can control a population that just accepts, like a sponge, the official version of everything. And thanks to the alternative media, although I don't think most of the alternative media goes even nearly far enough. Most of it's not actually alternative, but mainstream light. But even so, thanks to that, and this availability in the last few years of alternative narratives to world events, etc., people have started now to question more than ever before. When the government comes out and says, this is what happened, it's the Russians! More and more people, like never before, are going, well, hold on a minute. Is it? Where's the evidence? And I tell you, when you ask that question, where's the evidence? There's usually silence coming back. And, you know, there was with this incident in Salisbury, with the nerve agent and the Russian double agent working for British intelligence, or used to anyway. There was a wonderful line from Theresa May, the British Prime Minister, that encapsulated exactly what I'm talking about and how this perceptual download, this perceptual programming is supposed to work. She said, with no evidence whatsoever, there is no alternative to the conclusion that the Russians were involved. Now, of course, there are endless other alternative possibilities, but that's what this whole programming is about, to get people to believe there is no alternative to the conclusion that what we're telling you is true. Anyone else tells you that it's not true, conspiracy theorist. And what people like me are saying is we're not having it. We're not going to accept the official. If the official story stands up to scrutiny, fair enough. If it doesn't, and it usually doesn't, then that's not fair enough. But what the silencing of freedom of speech is all about is to stop people having access to that alternative narrative to the official one. And people like me won't have it. Not quietly, anyway.
Well, sitting here listening to you has just almost put a mirror in front of my face in your way of saying it, which is why I love being an entrepreneur. Whatever one defines that as, I define it as being creative, waking up today wanting to do something meaningful and being able to do it without anyone getting in my way, without regulation or too much of it. You know, we need some, don't we, to stay safe. And yeah, when you run your own ship, like you do with your message, you know, employed by anyone as it seems, then you can put the work out that you want to put out, and you can make the difference to the world that you want to make. And yeah, I suppose that takes a little bit of courage and bravery, because when you do that, the system's going to say, hey, wait a minute, you should do it like this. Wait a minute, you should do it like this. So I'll come back to that in a minute, because there was something I really thought of, and I wanted to make a couple of suggestions for you to keep getting your work out there, and to the listeners. Because I found LinkedIn
I don't know if they've strategically gone, oh, look what Facebook have done, we'll have everyone. But they seem to be doing the opposite, where they're letting you get much more expanded reach. I mean, I've been playing with some of my content on there, and it's been, I get 250,000 views in a day on something, and I'm not as big as you in terms of my following, and I wouldn't normally get that. So they're clearly letting it go.
Right.
And I don't feel like the reach is being played with. It seems to be pretty consistent. So that's one thing. Second thing is, we were talking about this on the way down. I mean, but no one seems to control a podcast. Joe.
Deux routines différentes pour la lessive couverte de mucus. Une sera désinfectée.
Quoi?
Ajoutez le désinfectant pour la lessive lissole à votre routine.
I mean, but no one seems to control a podcast. Joe Rogan's got one, he says and does what he wants.
He's a shill. He is a shill. He's only allowed to keep saying that shit because they want him to.
Downloads a month, and it's like they can't be policed, they can't be controlled because you own the back end audio, and then okay, iTunes will syndicate it, and Stitcher will syndicate it, and Podbean will syndicate it, and whatever else. But you own this asset, which doesn't seem like it can be controlled or doctored or manipulated. And you know, my podcast has nearly 2 million subscriptions, and I'm just a little guy doing a little thing, you know, and it's helped me get out to the world. So I guess I'm saying that because if people feel like you, that the bigger media, I'm pointing over here, obviously you've got Google up on you, if they feel that
I've got my website.
Okay, if they feel that Google and Facebook, I'm not here knocking those by the way, but I'm just saying if they feel Google, YouTube, Facebook are starting to police, reduce your freedom of speech, have the evil doctor, evil press button, no you can't, yes you can, no you can't, and you don't like that, I think these are the platforms like LinkedIn and podcasts.
Yeah, I mean, you know, my sons who run the organisation of my work, they are doing this now because we have to respond to what is happening. But there are great opportunities for entrepreneurs who believe in freedom to replace or offer alternatives to these platforms. I know people are starting to do it, but the more that we can have, the better. Because in my new book, everything.
Sadly, that's not an easy task to work to these different things. You have to have a patent, right? Once you have a patent, jump to the step of the actually trust me, it's very
to know but have never been told. I talk about the fact that YouTube was demonetizing alternative content. And of course the alternative media, I mean, I write books and stuff, so I'm not dependent on YouTube. But a lot of alternative people became dependent on YouTube, monetizing their videos to make more videos. And I said in the book that that's only stage one. The next stage is they start deleting channels. And of course, now they're deleting channels on a very, very large scale worldwide. So this is not something that's going to happen over a long period of time. That's what I'm saying. So there is a very urgent need and a massive potential audience for platforms of, if you like, social communication and videos for people that really believe in not censoring. And, you know, yes, the big companies will go the way of the system. I mean, I actually love it when out of nowhere, major corporations got together and said to Google, you're talking about YouTube, you're putting our adverts against hateful videos, and you must stop it. And they all got together and said, oh, you know, all these ethical companies, you know, that have the best interest of humanity at heart, while they're screwing them day by day by day, right? It's all orchestrated. And so Google, B-movie actors, said, oh no, we better take the adverts down then, which just happened to be on the alternative media channels. That was how the demonetization started. And then once you start it, you roll it out even more, and now there's virtually none on Google for anyone with an alternative view. But people still have to sell things. And there is an advertising, quote, market out there for a large audience platform. And if people would go down that road, there are great financial opportunities for them, as well as the main reason, from my point of view, which is having the ability to communicate information uncensored. Because the more uncensored information circulates, the more the system of control will fall. Because its whole foundation, its whole way of surviving is to keep from its target population what it is doing, how it is doing it, and to what ultimate end.
So, do you regard yourself in any way as a businessman or an entrepreneur? It seems to me like the more you resist these things you stand against, the bigger and more powerful and more successful you become. Are you aware of that dynamic going on?
No, I'm not an entrepreneur. I spend my life researching information and communicating information. My sons, Jamie and Gareth, who run the organization, they work to get my information out there. And they can be very creative at it, and they have to be very creative at it because of all the pressures to stop it. So that's the way I work. I don't have anything to do with that side of things at all. I just deal with the information. In fact, you know, there was a time when I did it all. I did it all, you know, everything, including writing all the books and everything. But now, as my sons have got involved in recent years, it's freed me from all the other side of it, so I just focus on the information, and it's been incredibly effective, both in the information I've been able to uncover because I've had more time, and also in the fact that they have been excellent in the way that they have organised the communication of it.
And is that just to free up your time, or is that because you don't really enjoy the more commercial aspect, or is that because you're good at the commercial aspect, or is that because you wanted your family involved?
No, it's because A, they're good at it, and B, I have no interest in it whatsoever. All the commercial side of it and what have you, I have no interest in that whatsoever. I just want to uncover the information and communicate it. But you're quite right. In the world that we live in, you have to have an organization around you that can provide the opportunities to communicate the information you're uncovering, and also to make sure that there is money there to finance what you're doing. You know, we do our own events, and it's a heck of a lot of money has to go out before any comes back. When you are printing books and what have you, there's a hell of a lot of money goes out before it comes back. And, you know, people can see the cover price of a book, but, you know, we don't get anything like that. No. Because it goes through distributors, it goes through shops, and there's all the shipping. So printing, exactly, and so you have to have an organization like that that's sound. Otherwise, the point of everything, which communicated the information, just stops. So, but that's not my side of things. I don't enjoy that. Sure. But I do. You know, don't let me give the impression that I don't like business and I don't like entrepreneurs. Quite the opposite. You know, a microphone, for instance, is neutral. It's what you use it for that makes it positive or negative. Same with a notebook, same with a printing press, same with a computer, same with the world of the entrepreneur. You can use that creative business acumen, seeing opportunities and exploiting them in a way that's very beneficial for the world, or you can do it like the giant corporations, which is hijacking the wealth, therefore the power in the world. In the hands of fewer and fewer and fewer people. And you know, one of the things I've been talking about for decades now, and I gave it the name at one point, the Hunger Games Society. It's a structure which you can symbolize as a pyramid, where at the top of the pyramid you have this 1%. Actually, it's less than 1% at the core. At the bottom of the pyramid, you have the rest of humanity that are not in the 1%. And the 1% of hijacked by this point all the wealth of the world, basically, and therefore they're calling all the shots. And between the controlled masses and the 1% is a merciless police military state to hold that status quo. And when you look at the way society is going, day after day after day, you can see that happening. You've got the police state and the police military state emerging more and more, the surveillance state. That's all part of this middle strata to impose the will of the 1% on the masses of the people. You've got more and more people at other levels of income that are being touched by this austerity. You've now got the so-called middle classes being targeted and finding it harder and harder to financially survive. You've got more and more people falling into the lower strata, more and more homelessness, etc. More and more lower wages. And at the top, you've got this incredible concentration of wealth, thus power, into the hands of fewer and fewer people, to the point now where vast amounts, vast percentages of the world's wealth are actually held by single-digit numbers of people. And this is the Hunger Games society unfolding. And so, you know, we...
This whole stupid thing is because we're in a carbon is like in air out. We can look at the pressures on freedom of speech, but entrepreneurs that want to use their skills and use their ingenuity to challenge that Hunger Games structure with freedom and with a greater expansion and distribution of wealth, they're also finding themselves targeted by the system with regulation and you can't do this and what have you. Because anything, whether it's freedom of speech or whether it's entrepreneurs that are doing things that are undermining the emergence of this Hunger Games society pyramid, they're all being targeted. And so it's going to be a challenge to take it on. It is a challenge to take it on. But, you know, what did I just say? 1% or less than 1%. And the 1% can only have the power they have because A, they control the money systems and control governments, but also because that middle strata of the police military state, who are made up of people from the population, police that population to the benefit of the 1%. When they start to realize that actually their families are being affected by this, their children and grandchildren have to live in the world that they're helping to bring in by protecting the 1%'s interest from the interest of the masses, then the whole pyramid will fall. And, you know, I'm more confident than I've ever been that that pyramid will fall, but it won't fall on its own. We've got to start getting engaged.
Okay, so let's come back to that. I'd like to explore you a little bit more, David, if that's all right. So, you said earlier you can't walk down the street without getting laughed at.
I couldn't. Can now.
Okay. So
I get stopped in the street, talked to very seriously now about what's going on in the world. It's been a dramatic transformation, but it once was like that, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to talk about both of those sort of more extreme scenarios. So at first when that happened, how did it make you feel, and how did you deal with it and cope with it and carry on doing your work despite all this ridicule?
Something inside of me told me this was leading somewhere, and that if I kept going, then that somewhere would emerge. And when you go through the level of ridicule that I did in the early mid-90s, one of two things happens. Either it destroys you and you withdraw from the world, or you let go of the prison that most people live in, which is the fear of what other people think. Most people are not living their lives. They're not living who they are. They're living what they think others think they should be. And therefore, they're living a lie. They're living someone else's version of them. What happened to me as a result of that massive ridicule is that I let go of the fear of what other people thought. And when you do that, it's indescribable what that does, because no more mental gymnastics before you open your mouth. What do I say here?
What you don't know.
Hello? Hello, darling. Yeah, I'm in the middle of an interview. Would you like to be part of it? No. All right, that's good. I will. All right, darling. See you later. Bye. No, you were very good. You were very good. Bye. What I did was let go of that fear of what other people thought of me. And the freedom is indescribable. Because like I say, you don't have the mental gymnastics. How do I put this so they won't think I'm crazy? What do I leave out so they won't think I'm crazy? You reach this point where this is me, and I don't give a damn if you think I'm crazy. So,
how did you do that?
Well, it's something that comes from letting go of the fear of what other people think. You know, I mean, if you ask people to write down, say, their top 5 fears, all over the world, invariably, the vast majority would include speaking in public, right? What is the fear of speaking in public? It's the fear of what other people think.
Hey guys, if you have a computer, Wi-Fi, and a kitchen table, you have exactly what you need.
Fear of speaking in public. It's the fear of what other people think. Yeah, it's the fear of what other people think. So when you stand on a stage, if you fear what other people think, you can be nervous because the power dynamic is with the audience. Because they are going to decide if you feel secure or not. So you're scanning the audience as you're speaking, and you're looking for reaction. What do they think of it? That power is there. Once you let go of the fear of what other people think, you can speak to 100 people or 1,000,000 people. It doesn't matter, because the dynamic has changed. The dynamic now says, this is my truth, and I respect your right to make of it what you will and come to your own conclusion. But this is my truth, and your reaction is not going to affect my truth. So however you react to what I'm saying, whether you like it, whether you laugh at it, or whether you condemn it, it doesn't matter to me, because it's my truth and I have a right to speak it. My truth and my security is not dependent on other people's reaction to me. That's I completely respect their right to respond as they choose. But I have a right too not to be affected by it. And so in that way, you can get ridiculed in the street, and it don't really affect you. You just shake your head and walk on. And sometimes it's an interesting experience, really. Sometimes
you have a bite.
Well, very rarely I have long ago. But one of the things I have done, when people have been laughing at me, yeah, the bloke, yeah, I've stopped, and I've started laughing at them and pointing at them if I've got someone with me. Oh, look. You want to see the absolute anger on their faces and the indignation, and you think, hold on a minute, I'm just mirroring you back at you. You know, and that's an interesting point about, you know, human interaction. When we say something about someone or do something about someone, we think that that's making a statement about someone. It's not. Every time it's making a statement about us by what we are, by what we say and what we do. But people don't see that. And this is why people don't see so often that they are mirrors of that they rail against. You know, if you take this progressive mentality, like I say, I'm not talking about a liberal mentality. I'm a liberal. If you look at the definition of the dictionary definition of liberal, it is someone who believes in maximum freedom of speech, maximum freedom of lifestyle, maximum freedom of everything. But a progressive mentality, which they actually call liberal, it's stunning, believes in the opposite of that. So you have people who rail against the system, who think they are anti-establishment, who are actually doing exactly what the establishment wants, which is to silence the population. When you've got the progressive anti-establishment mentality saying to government, he must be silenced, she must be silenced, and the government and the corporate world and the establishment are going, yes, we would be delighted to do that. And so it's this mirror, this inversion where people perceive themselves in a certain way, but actually act in a way that's the very same as that they rail against. So they'll talk about fascists. We're anti-fascists. All right, you're anti-fascists, right? So what do you want to do? We want to silence these people. That's what fascists do. You know, they can't see it. That's the problem.
I've gone through this struggle in my life, David, a little bit, where when I was young, I was very overweight, and I didn't really feel like I fit in, and I was a bit slow on being liked, and that seemed to build a bit of a need in me to be liked, which I started overcompensating for, you know, as I grew up.
I understand that.
And I think it's only been the last few years I've really started to go, you know, this is me, this is who I am. And sort of, I still think it's there, but I think it's like, I'm managing it better. I have found like you visibly lifted when you said it. It was like, when you said it's liberating and freeing, it was like you exercised something from your, and I just know how amazingly more impactful and happy and confident people would be if they stopped worrying about what everyone thought about them. And I really want to dig in this, because I don't know if you were able to do it through some introspection, or I don't know if almost you were forced to do it because it was, like you said, hide away and, you know, I don't exist in the world because they've beaten me, or one day you thought, this is enough is enough. So what could you say to other people who are a bit overly worried about what people think to help them get rid of it?
Well, first of all, if you have people around you who so disrespect your right to be you that they give you a hard time for being you, then what are you doing with them? You know, there's loads of other people out there that will respect you. Go and find them. Don't surround yourself with people that don't respect your right to be you. I don't care if they're family. I don't care who they are. If they don't respect your right to be you, then what you're doing, interacting with them all the time, it's just going to make you depressed. It's going to make you frustrated. Walk away. And if they then come round, great. But if they don't, well, equally great. You know, it's like kids. I see this thing with parents. You know, I've spoken to people in their 60s who are still feeling guilty for not doing with their lives what their parents wanted them to do. Oh, you know, I wanted to go walking in India, but my mother wanted me to be a lawyer. I don't like the law, but, you know, I had to do it. Oh, no, you didn't have to do it. You know, if your mother wants to be a lawyer, she can go and be a bloody lawyer. If you want to walk in India, go and walk in India. And if your mother, I don't care, all these stuff, oh, but I don't care. you will only express your true, unique self if you refuse to let anyone impact and suppress that expression of your true, unique self. And the number of people, the number of parents who, and I think this is child abuse, frankly, who want to live their lives through their children, who want to get kudos through their children. You know, I was in America once, and I saw this this sticker at the back of a car. My daughter won this so-and-so degree in college. And I'm thinking, yeah, your bloody daughter did it, mate. You didn't bloody do it. What are you doing? Trying to get, you know, live through your children. Congratulate your children, yeah, but looking for the kudos? Oh, you know, my son's going to Oxford. My daughter's going to Cambridge. Oh, really? Now, you are a successful family. Her son wants to go walking in India. Her daughter wants to be a nurse. But they go to university because mother says so, father says so. The number of people, I mean, it's not even rare. The number of parents, particularly the ones with more money, therefore more influence and access to these educational institutions, the number of them that impose their will on their children because it suits them and not their children is absolutely disgusting. And what it's doing is turning out very frustrated, very distorted people who are living a life they don't want to live. And I'll say this to people: are you happy? Are you fulfilled? Do you get up in the morning and say, new day? If not, why not? Make a list. Why am I not happy? Why don't I have joy in my life? Why don't I wake up in the morning and say, yeah, new day? What are the things that make me not feel like that? What are the things that would make me feel like that? Okay, stop doing them and do them. And refuse to compromise on stop doing them and doing them. Take control of your life. And you know, if you go deeper into it, this is the area that is my great passion, my great love, what I absolutely love researching and gaining understanding in. The nature of reality itself. We live in a equivalent of a Wi-Fi internet field. I call it the cosmic internet. They're quantum fields of possibility and probability waiting to manifest. I've got a computer here, and what appears on that screen is dictated by what part of the internet I access. That dictates what appears on that screen. In the same way, what part of these quantum fields of possibility and probability I access and turn into experience, in a way I'll describe in a second, dictates what appears on my screen. In other words, dictates my own life experience. If you live your life within the parameters and the program of the postage stamp consensus, then you are interacting with this quantum field of possibility and probability in a very narrow band of frequency. So the potential you have to manifest experience in your life and achievement, if you like, for a word, in your life is limited by that. Once you expand your self-identity, as I'll come to in a second, and your consciousness expands, and your sense of the possible expands, you're now interacting with this quantum field of possibility and probability in a much vaster swathe. And therefore, your potential for manifestation of experience, for manifestation of achievement, for manifestation of the world, the life you want, becomes massively expanded. Take the Chinese internet. It is firewalled off so that Chinese people can only access a fraction of the internet, symbolic of this postage stamp consensus mentality. But beyond those firewalls is a vastness of possibility with the internet that they never see, information they never access. And what dictates our interaction with this possibility and probability is our self-identity, seems to me. If you believe that you are little me and have no power, then that manifests itself as the frequency band you're operating on, and it's very narrow. Coming back to the simplest analogy, it's someone who sees the glass half empty or the glass half full. That's a completely different perception of the same situation. And what will come from those two perceptions will be very different experiences of that glass compared with the other. And for me, we have got caught, and this is the very foundation of the perceptual manipulation. We have got caught in the illusion systematically that what we're experiencing is who we are. People self-identify with their labels. I am a man, I am a woman, I am black, I am Jewish, I am Muslim, I am this, I am that. And if you look at political correctness and this whole transgender explosion. Yeah.
Go on, do it. Say what you want.
Don't even start.
No, we'll be another 2 hours.
Don't start me off. Because that's a complete scam. It's not about, just a very quick aside, it's not about respecting people who feel they're in the wrong body. It's not about that. That's just the excuse. It's about divide and rule. We now have feminists and transgender people in conflict. It's another fault line, but there's many, really very much more to it than that, and it goes very deep. But what that's doing, if you look at it, it's creating subdivisions and subdivisions and subdivisions of self-identity. We're now, in terms of looking at self-identity, we're looking down the wrong end of a frickin' telescope. They're getting minute. I am LGB, blah, 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 blah. And what it's doing, every time you subdivide into a smaller perception of self, you are getting further and further and further away from the true self, which is consciousness. Consciousness that's having that experience. When people have near-death experiences and leave the body and suddenly experience a vastly different reality, they've left the body. So what has left the body? Consciousness. Their point of awareness. We are in our prime form. A state of awareness, a state of being aware. What the body does, I call it a biological computer, is it when we experience through the body, when that consciousness experiences through the body focuses the attention of that consciousness in a tiny band of frequency known as visible light, which is so tiny it's laughable, and that's all that we can see. We don't actually live in a world. We live in a band of frequency. And beyond that frequency is infinity, which we can't see. You know, if you tune to Radio 1, you tune a radio to Radio 1 or a television channel, television to BBC 1, that's what you get. You don't get BBC 2, that doesn't exist to BBC 1. You don't get Radio 2, that doesn't exist to Radio 1. You get Radio 1. And so the body is tuning us and focusing our attention in a narrow band of frequency. It's an experience. And these experiences are given labels like Christian, white, black, brown, Jewish, Islam, Hindu, right? What happens is, and this is what the program encourages, of course, is people self-identify with those labels and they say, that is me. I am my income bracket. I am my life story. I am my race. I am my culture. No. They are what your consciousness is experiencing, your point of attention. And you know you, Mr. Islamic man, and you, Mr. Jewish man, and you, Mr. Christian man, and you, Mr. White man, and you, Mr. Black man, and you, Mr. Asian man, you're all points of attention of the same infinite consciousness. And because you have become so programmed to believe that your labels are you, you are fighting each other for power. To hold on to impose in many ways an identity that is merely an illusion of incredibly short experience. When you leave the body, your consciousness leaves the body at a near-death experience, for instance. And I've read endless accounts all over the world. The common themes are incredible. They don't say, "Oh, I'm out of the body now, but I'm still a Muslim. I'm still a Hindu. I'm still a this. I'm still a that." No. They are consciousness. Consciousness, awareness, a state. That's what we are. And so, when in the body, you can stop self-identifying with the labels and start to self-identify with being the consciousness, everything changes. Because what self-identification with labels does is it focuses attention, and your interaction with the cosmic field of probability and possibility is limited by that focus of attention within that frequency. Once you say, they are my experiences, I am the infinite awareness having those experiences, you start to interact with possibility and probability on a vastly greater scale. And suddenly, life becomes an adventure. Suddenly, your life changes. People that represent the old frequency of your life, they disappear. New people come in, new opportunities happen, amazing coincidences happen that didn't happen before. Oh, it's a miracle. Fancy me? No, it's not a miracle. You're interacting with possibility and probability on a vaster scale. Therefore, probability and possibilities happen in a more extraordinary way than they do when you're there. And this is, when you do the research and you realize what is actually manipulating this world, you realize that while the vast majority of people that are making decisions every day, like politicians and people, etc., are overwhelmingly 99.999% clueless about reality, as are most scientists, vast majority of scientists and doctors and all of them, deep in the shadows, out of the public arena, where it's all coming from. They understand how this works. They know that if they can hijack your perception, they can hijack your experience by this feedback interaction between your perception, which creates your frequency band of interaction with the cosmic field of possibility and probability. The more they can contract our sense of self, the more they can control our life experiences and suppress it to the point where we're no problem to them.
You had ayahuasca. You've had any of those experiences?
Yeah, I had it. I did that once in 2003 in Brazil. Not done it before, not done it since, but I had a fantastic experience. I was writing a book in 2001, 2002 about the World Trade Center disaster, 9/11. And it was all about how the official narrative it's a joke, frankly. I mean, it's the most ludicrous story. Because if that's true, that can't be true. If that's true, that can't be true. None of it fits, anyway. And look what 9/11 has justified ever since. When I was writing that book, I thought, you know, if I'm going to take this on, I need to get out there and see this world from another perspective. Not in some dream where you wake up and you think, is that a dream, is that real? But actually where you consciously experience it. Synchronistically, this is what happens when you start expanding your interaction with the field of possibility.
I then got invited to go to a Brazilian rainforest and take part in an ayahuasca week. I could have taken it 4 times, took it twice, had a fantastic experience. And on the second night, particularly, I spent 5 hours having this very clear, took a female form, female voice, as loud as mine is now, and very, very funny. Give me chapter and verse on the fact that this reality we think is so real is just an illusion, that there is no physical, and that the world we think we're experiencing outside of us, not outside of us at all. It gave me chapter and verse on it, and I had instant, total recall of all of it afterwards. So I came back.
Well, was it fantastic?
Because it was rewriting the human perception of the reality we're experiencing. And it was doing it in such a persuasive way that made total sense. And then I came back and I started looking at what I was told. And I realized that, see, you look at mainstream science, it's a series of disciplines. Not only few of them talk to each other, but a lot of them are in competition with each other for funding and prestige. But when you actually break it down and you connect the dots, especially in the areas of quantum physics, I realized that actually, if you put the dots together, what this voice was telling me in the Brazilian rainforest, in this ayahuasca perceptual state, had already been established, right? And I've gone down this road big time since 2003 when this happened. And everything that I've discovered, every new scientific discovery in the realm of quantum physics, for instance, has further confirmed what I was told that night. Because we live our lives as if this world is solid and is outside of us. Well, quantum physics has shown it's not solid. I mean, we are told that the physical world is made up of atoms. Atoms have no solidity. You know, an atom is a nucleus with electrons flying around it. The distance within an atom between the nucleus and the electrons and, well, to put it in a simple way, if an atom was the size of a cathedral, the nucleus would be the size of a 10-cent piece. Atoms have no solidity whatsoever, and if you go deep enough into the nucleus and the electrons, they have no solidity either. So we're being told that this physical world, which is made up of atoms, and atoms have no solidity. How is that possible? It's possible because the world isn't solid. The base form of this reality is exactly, in principle, like a Wi-Fi field. It's waveform information fields, right? This is the quantum field of possibility and probability. The body, as I've been calling it for decades, is a biological computer. In its base state, it too is a waveform information field. What the 5 senses do is take waveform information, take the ears, that's an obvious one, and they turn it into electrical information, and they communicate that to the brain, and then the brain then decodes that electrical information into holographic and digital information inside the brain, which we experience as a world outside of us. It exists visually, it exists in a small area of the back of the brain that decodes visual reality. Other parts of the brain decode hearing and touch, and taste, etc., and smell. And together, the brain fits that together into an experience that appears to be outside of us. You know, the old question, Does a falling tree make a noise? Only if you hear it. That sounds weird. What are you talking about? Because of this reason. When a falling tree falls, it doesn't make a noise. What it does is disturb the air, disturbs the waveform field, which sends out vibrations. Vibrations are picked up by the ears, communicated electrically to the brain, which decodes them into the sound of a tree falling. A tree falling only makes a noise when we hear it. I'm talking to you now, and what I'm communicating to you is a waveform field generated by my vocal cords. And words are not passing between you and me. Waveform frequency fields are passing between you and me. They're picked up by your ears, communicated to your brain electrically, and it decodes those waveform fields into the words that you are hearing. We are living a complete and utter illusion of reality. You know, people say, well, you know, they've got to be physical because you can't walk through the wall. Well, if you are of the right frequency that's different to the wall, yes, you can. I mean, things go through walls. Frequencies go through walls because the frequency that goes through the wall is so different to the frequency of the wall that it can pass through. And when we have a resistance, which we experience in the decoded world of holographic illusion as a physical resistance, that is an electromagnetic resistance at the waveform level of reality. It's all illusion. All this was explained to me over this 5 hours by this voice in Brazil, who actually opened up by saying this. Basically, you're going to be told the nature of reality. But all you really need to know is infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. And it repeated it. Infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. The illusion that has stopped us understanding our true nature, which is consciousness, is what creates the division, the chaos, the conflict, the hatred, and stops us being what we truly are, which is incarnate love. That's what we're supposed to be. Not love in the sense of, you know, I saw you down the disco, fancy you, darling, love you, darling, all that stuff. No, it's love in another way. We have so misrepresented what love is. We have to put words in front of it, like unconditional love and what have you. But it is a state of harmony, a state of being, a state of compassion, a state of empathy. And when we are in that state, there is no disharmony. But when you fall for the illusion of what I call the phantom self, the name of one of my books, where we self-identify who we are with the labels, then the force manipulating human society can play those labels off against each other and create divide and rule and conflict, which is what it does. And through this subdivision and subdivision of the minutiae of self-identity, it's doing it on an ever greater scale. When you self-identify with being a point of attention within infinite awareness, and I look at you and I know that you are a point of attention within the same awareness, and so are you, and so are you, and so is everybody else, then we view each other in a completely different way. No longer do we need to compete. No longer do we need to manipulate. No longer do we need to trash. No longer do we need to cuss and kick and fight to get to the top of the greasy pole. The greasy pole for what? The greasy pole within this infinitesimal section of time we call a human life, when what we are infinitely is consciousness. And we have to fight each other and punch each other and kick each other to get to the top of a greasy pole in this tiny segment of life. or time we call life. Even time's an illusion, by the way.
But you do have to be somewhere
Yeah.
about 15
Yeah,
minutes.
within the perception of this reality. Time exists within this perception of this reality.
Which we created.
When I think it's been created for us, and that's another whole interview.
Okay. Yeah.
But, but when people leave the body in a near-death experience and they go to a point where they become consciousness, a state of awareness, then time as we experience it here does not exist. And if you think about time, people think there's a past and there's a future, but there's only a now. There's only a now moment, and so that's very difficult for people to grasp at first, because they think, well, I've been there and I'm going there. Well, but hold on a minute. When you're thinking of the past, where are you? You're in the now. When you're worrying about the future, where are you? You're in the now. And when what we call the future becomes an experience, it's experienced in the now, there's only the now. So time is an illusion too. But we use time so that we can operate within this reality. But again, it's part of the illusion, it's part of the reality that people think is real, but isn't. And you know, if you kind of think about it, if you are a tiny group of people deep in the shadows who understand the nature of reality, the illusory nature of reality, how people interact with reality, how perceptions of people become their experience, cause and effect, just think of the magnitude of power that gives you over the target population. This is why mainstream science is so controlled, so that it doesn't go down these roads. I mean, you know, you talk to most scientists, although quantum physics has shown this to be true, and they have to acknowledge quantum physics exists, because it does, they crack on in their own disciplines as if quantum physics doesn't exist, as if the whole thing's bloody solid and real. I mean, you look at medicine. Medicine treats the body as if the body is a solid reality, with the scalpel and the drug. But the body is just a decoded projection of waveform energetic fields. And if that energetic field is in harmony, the body has to be in harmony, it has to be healthy, because the body that we see is just a holographic decoded projection of the waveform field of information. If that waveform field of information becomes disharmonious, which emotion can do, this is why stress causes illness, which fear can do, which anxiety can do, which radiation fields can do, which Wi-Fi can do, then that distortion of the waveform field of the body becomes expressed in the projection, decoded projection of what we call the physical body. And therefore we have dis-ease, disharmony, illness, which is why the alternative methods of healing, going way, way back, whether it's acupuncture, all of it, focus on healing the waveform level of the body, the energetic level of the body, knowing that if that's right, this must be right. Because mainstream medicine, within this 5-cent postage stamp prison that it operates in, does not accept the waveform level of the body and only accepts this level, which it can see, touch and taste, etc. What can it do but try to treat what it can see with the scalpel and the drug, which is why it causes such mayhem to the point where the biggest cause of death in America now is the treatment. Staggering but true. And so what alternative practitioners say is mainstream medicine only treats the symptom, it doesn't treat the cause. But if mainstream medicine will not accept the existence of the waveform field level of the body, which is where the cause comes from, it's only left with treating the symptom, which is the expression of a problem in the waveform field being decoded into the holographic field of the body. So you look at science, you look at medicine, journalism, like I say, all of it, politics, they're all living on this postage stamp. Oh, we're a left-wing political party. Okay, you're on the left of the postage stamp. Oh, we're a right. Yeah, okay, you're on the right of the postage stamp. But no one's off the postage stamp. And therefore, society is living in this bubble of unreality, this bubble of complete misunderstanding of the very reality we're experiencing. And it's kind of sobering to think that science, politics, medicine, all of it, journalism, decisions being made all the time about what happens to the world and what happens here and what happens there, are all being made by people who are absolutely clueless about the very reality they are experiencing. They are making laws, making decisions based on the world being solid and real, when it's not. Is it any wonder that the world is chaotic and a place of utter madness? How could it not be? How could it not be? Understanding the reality that we're experiencing is fundamental to everything. How can we understand anything if we don't understand the very reality we're experiencing? And you know, when you perceive the world to be solid and physical, what comes from that? Virtually everything is impossible. Oh, that's not possible, that's not possible, that's not possible. Once you realize that the world is malleable because it's just the decoded expression of a malleable information waveform field, then suddenly what is possible absolutely explodes. And so much is waiting to be discovered or waiting to be unsuppressed, better way of putting it, that would set this world free and create a paradise, which it could be, instead of a prison, which it is, because the knowledge that I'm talking about is suppressed. And so you have people who are a point of attention within infinite awareness that are all that is, has been, and ever can be. And you ask them who you are, who they are, and they will say, I'm Ethel. I work on the checkout at Tesco. That's who I am. No, it's not. That's the experience you're having at the moment. But it's not who you are. But if you think that's what you are, how are you going to live your life? I have no power. What can I do? And that's what the system wants. And that's why it wants to put us in these perceptual prisons. I refuse to go there. Thank you very much.
All right, so that's question one. So I really want to respect your time. We've got maybe 5 to 10 minutes left. How about we have a little bit of fun and do something different and do like maybe a quick fire round?
Go on then.
I'll ask like 5 or 6 questions.
Will I get a prize?
Well, yeah, we'll publish you. Yeah.